Nantucket TV, we're ready to go live.
Okay, you're live.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. This is Ray Pohl. I'm going to read the script for the remotely conducted open meeting. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, and permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby Birthday Girl Camp.
Happy birthday. Thank you. Yes.
Happy
Aye.
birthday. You're here. Okay, great. So those are the people, those are the board members. Oh, and myself, Ray Pohl. Those are the members that are present at this time. Staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Backus.
Present.
Very good. Thanks. The anticipated speakers will be identified as the meeting proceeds. Good afternoon. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is being conducted remotely consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. This order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. So we're now turning to the first item on the agenda, but before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comments, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called, and further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. Just a little bit more, folks. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. Finally, tonight, each vote taken will be conducted via roll call vote. Thank you. So, first thing we want to get out of the way is to have a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. In favor of or on Val's motion to approve tonight's agenda, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
And the chair is in favor. Motion carries. Okay.
Stephen is here, Mr. Chair, too.
Stephen has just arrived. Okay.
Yeah.
Stephen, are you in favor of that motion?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thanks. Welcome. So under public comment, I just have one thing, and I want everyone to keep in mind, board members to keep in mind that we can't deliberate on this, but it is Abby Camp's birthday today. I just wanted the world to know that. Happy birthday, Abby.
Thank you.
Okay, so consent agenda. I will recuse from because I've got something at number 9. I believe all the other sitting members can vote on this agenda. So Diane, could you handle that for me, please?
Is there any question on the, does anybody have any questions on the agenda, on the consent? 1 through 19?
Nope.
If not, may I get a motion to
Motion
approve?
to approve consent agenda.
Thank you. Steve?
I'm gonna abstain.
Okay. Abby?
Aye.
And we have 1 abstention and 1 recusal and 3 fours. So now we go on to consent with conditions. Ray?
Thank you, Diane. We can all sit on consent with conditions. Would anyone care to move consent?
Motion to approve consent with conditions items.
Thank you very much, Val. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Very good. Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so motion carries unanimously. This item number 4 is simply to ratify the motion for the emergency demo of that garage.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, go ahead.
point of clarification, I failed to write the board down for
Oh.
287
Right, I
public
guess the
bond.
board would need to vote that. Hopefully we have a quorum.
I have the information here. It's Pohl, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Welch was the alternate.
Could you say that one more time? It seems like everybody's here, right? Me?
Well, I don't think John's here.
Well, no, I meant everyone who's sitting right now is on this
Yes.
application.
Yes.
Okay, so do we need to move to ratify? Of course we do. Can somebody move to ratify that item?
So moved.
That was Diane. Diane, on your motion to ratify. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Thank you.
Aye.
thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Okay, Diane,
Aye.
great. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. So that's that. And now we have some new business items that have been carried over since the 17th. We'll get started right away with 278 Pulpus Road. I know there's a number of people that would like to speak here. I'll try and get everyone, but let me know if I miss someone. So first, the order of business would be our application is going to present the project. Then I'm going to hear anybody who's in opposition to the project, and then I can hear from the board members. Incidentally, before we even get started, there have been a number of letters that have been written. I believe that Kathy has circulated all those. There were some against, and I just read one today that was pro. Are they all entered into the record?
Yes. Yes, they are, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. And I believe that some people who have written letters we will be hearing from tonight. Okay, TJ, are you representing this? You here? Who's representing this?
It is TJ, but I don't see that he's here.
Really?
Well, I can make
I'll
a
text
motion.
him.
Could I introduce myself as the applicant?
Sure. Do you want to represent your project?
I might be amiss at some of the architectural details, but I can tell you a little bit about the project and the background and what we were trying to achieve.
Okay, just for the record, could you identify yourself?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name is Will Kinsella.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay, well, essentially, my parents and their parents before them have been involved in.
Will, I'm sorry to interrupt you so quickly, but
Yes.
somebody is not muted and I hear a lot of background talking. So whoever is has a conversation going, could they mute please while Will's talking? Thank you. Okay, continue. Sorry.
Okay, well, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. As I mentioned, my name is Will Kinsella, and I'd like to build a year-round home on the land I grew up on that I can grow old in. Along with my parents, Mark and Deborah Beal, we made the transition from summer to year-rounders and moved to Pulpus in 1983. I grew up on Nantucket and have a strong emotional attachment to Pulpus in particular, but spent most of my career in Rhode Island politics and am absolutely ready to move back home year-round. My parents and their parents before them have been involved in many local nonprofits. Mark, as you may know, has also served on a number of municipal boards. And it's my hope that I too will be able to make a positive contribution through my work with the Osceola Foundation and Acclimate. My grandfather, Walter Beinecke, was especially involved in Nantucket's early conservation and preservation efforts and was an early proponent of the building guidelines later incorporated in Building with Nantucket in mind. It is with his legacy and Building with Nantucket in mind that I submit this plan for what I consider to be a modest, low-profile secondary dwelling that complements the landscape and our island's architectural heritage and protects our natural resources while clustering it as closely as possible to the existing buildings as the wetlands on this property allow. We've made every effort to keep the construction outside the 100-foot wetland resource boundary area to minimize the size and visual impact of the proposed building, cluster it accordingly to the pre-existing dwelling and barn, and as sea levels rise, to allow for the current beach cottage to be moved up to the barn. It's worth noting that Maureen DeLuca, the town's field assessor, has inspected the interior of the barn on September 16th and determined that the building does not contain a kitchen and is not considered a second dwelling. And also that I'm planning on living here year round. So a basement was a priority, but also an impediment to building near the barn. Concom does grant waivers to work within the 50 to 100 foot wetland resource area, such as the existing barn, but generally not when there are reasonable conditions or alternatives that would allow the project to proceed in compliance with the regulations. An attempt to build a 3-bedroom, 2-story home on the highest point of land about 80 feet northwest of the proposed site location in 2005 was withdrawn after receiving visibility and site concerns. So every effort has been made to lower the profile of this proposed home from 2 stories to 1 story, to locate it at 12 to 15 feet on the downslope of a 20-foot knoll, and to keep it as close to the existing buildings as the wetlands allow. Because so much of Pulpus area is wetlands, houses around the Pulpus Harbor are built at an average of 13 feet in elevation and are similarly situated on knolls above 10 feet in elevation. And with our beach cottage, which is the primary dwelling, at 6 feet elevation, flooding more and more every year, we're particularly aware of and planning ahead for continued sea level rise and worsening storm surges. Although some of the properties around ours in Pulpus, such as those at 180, 208, 256, 262, and 320 Pulpus Road, have secondary dwellings spread further apart than our proposed site, we were able to cluster the existing and proposed buildings within roughly 2 acres or 10% of the property, despite the existing buildings' locations being within wetlands resource areas, while still allowing for each building to be isolated in their own landscape. It is my sincere hope that this proposed building may be allowed to become a small part of this unique landscape in our historic community. I ask for your support and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. So TJ's not going to do any presentation here, right?
I'm sorry. I was hoping that he would be able to, and it's his design, but I hope to be able to speak to some of the particulars as he allowed some input from me.
Okay. All right. The other thing, just could you, I'm looking at this site plan, but I'm not really, where is Pulpus Road in relation to this site plan?
Pulpus Road is on the south side of the property yes, exactly. At the small bottleneck at the south side of the property. So this represents approximately a quarter of the property, the area that we're looking at.
Well, I see that. So where, Pulpus Road is down where it says site plan?
Exactly where your arrow was just a moment ago.
Well, that's not.
Right there is the Pulpus Road.
No, I get that part, but so I see the red, but where does the inset, the site plan, the partial site plan, where is that in relation to?
I'm sorry, if that is directly north on the harbor.
Here?
A little further up. Yeah, yes, that's the area that we're speaking of, where the arrow is now.
Okay, so it's much closer to Pulpus Harbor than to Pulpus Road.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, very good. All right, now let's see. I'm gonna go down my list here because I see. Is there anybody else in your group that is anyone speaking in favor of this project?
I believe Whit Gifford is also on, and it looked like he had logged in earlier.
I'm here, Ray.
Yep. Do you have anything to say at this time, Whit?
Just that I'm sorry TJ's not with us, and it's a bit of a surprise to both Will and I that he's not. But the earlier application that was submitted back in '05 was for a 2-story, much more substantial cottage that was sited higher on the lot, higher elevation on the lot, and in a more visible location. And if you look back at the meeting notes from '05, you'll see that some of the concerns were about the visibility and about the clustering, both of which have been addressed by having a much more modest visual impact building into the side of the hill and increasing or decreasing the distance between the proposed structure and the existing barn. I'm sure I may have a few more things to say after some of the abutters
Okay.
have weighed in here.
All right. So this barn that has been discussed, can somebody, I guess that somebody being Holly, point out, because I'm not unable to read any of this text, where is the barn in relation to this building? Dwelling?
It is between the proposed site and the water. So it's the shaded in area off to the right.
That says existing structure?
But where it says turf driveway.
Yeah, and it says existing structure.
Yes,
on top of
right
it.
there. Yes, sir.
That's the so-called barn. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you also say something about moving a boathouse or something?
Yeah, the primary building, which is at the north side on the Pulpus Harbor, is, as you can see, it's about 6 feet elevation. And we get flooding around that house several times during the winter. So it is in planning for the future, we've thought to move it further, to elevate it closer to the barn. But it's still, when we put the footings in for the barn, we did run into some water. So that would be on a flat slab.
Okay.
So it wouldn't accommodate a basement.
But that's not on the table right now.
No, it's not.
Okay. Very
Can I
good.
clarify something, Mr. Chair?
Of course.
When you come back out from this site plan, what is that dotted line? I thought that might be Pulpus Road. What is the dotted line?
That's just the drive, right?
No,
Oh,
I think that might be an error. The driveway is actually the two parallel solid lines.
well, interestingly, to Abby's point here, so your drive is actually shown coming off the dashed line, not off the solid line. See that?
Correct.
I do. That the driveway as it exists, we would like to connect the proposed site to the existing driveway. And I think we would need to move the driveway as it's shown in this proposal to allow for some access to the garage. but it would connect to the existing. And I do apologize. I don't know what the dotted lines, the parallel dotted lines
Yeah, it's running
represent.
right into the wetland. It doesn't make a lot
You
of
know
sense.
what would be really helpful would be where Pulpus Road is on this site plan, because I
Well,
know the site, but I know Pulpus Harbor is at the top and there's the main dwelling. The barn is on the right of the driveway. The proposed is on the left. But where is Pulpus Road?
it's way,
It's much
way
further
south.
south. The driveway is probably 1,250 feet long.
So the Pulpus Road is not on this map?
No.
It's not on the drawing that we're looking at.
Let's
no.
go over that one more time. Holly, if you could get the locust plan. There's the locust plan. You see that, Abby?
Yeah,
Okay, that big red splotch is the property. Now, the project that we're reviewing right now is way to the north of that, which means that it's close to Pulpus Harbor. You can see Pulpus Harbor on that detail of the plan. Now, that's way up there, so that means that Pulpus Road is much further to the south than could be shown on this particular drawing. It'd be too big.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
well, you say it's 1,000 feet from Pulpus Road. That's a long way.
Yes.
It is.
But-
But
And that would, well, I could go first, Mr.
well,
Chair, if you wanted.
Sorry, Abby, we have a number of people that want to speak on this application. I promise you'll be the first.
No worries.
The first HTC member to speak.
Okay.
So let's see. I see Rhoda is on. Who else? Rhoda, can you hear me? You might be muted, Rhoda.
I
No?
can hear you, Ray.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
So obviously, well, I'm assuming that you would like to speak on this, correct?
Yes, I would.
Okay, would you like to speak now?
Sure.
Okay, you have the mic.
Thank you so much. For the record, Rhoda Weinman, and I'm here with my surveyor, Paul Santos, who will speak after me if you allow him to.
Sure.
I own 280, 282, and 284 Pulpus Road, and 280 and 284 directly abut the subject application. In reviewing the submission before you, I was quite surprised to find that the proposed siting for this dwelling is very similar to what was proposed by the Beals in 2005. The proposed chosen location appears to be in the area of one of the highest points on this 19.7 acre lot in the middle of a pastoral field. I was able to locate some of the minutes from the 2005 hearings regarding the proposed siting, again, which is very similar to what it was before. Some of the direct quotes from the commissioners at the 2005 meetings were as follows. And if you'll allow me to just go through those very quickly.
Sure.
The following are direct quotes, and these are all in quotes: concerned with the siting, should have different location, should not be on one of the highest points on this lot, move off the top of the rise, it's visible from the harbor and the road, and buildings should be clustered more. After several meetings, and I was able to find minutes from 3 meetings, and I'm sure there were more, but that was all that we were able to find, the commissioners were pretty much stating those quotes that I just read, and the application was withdrawn by the Beals. Despite all the feedback from the 2005 meetings, we now have a pretty similar application. Yes, I will grant that that it's a little bit lower, but it's still at one of the highest points on the lot. The grade that's proposed, the grade that at the proposed siting is more than a foot higher than the grade at the barn location. And this dwelling would be 5 feet higher than the barn. I understand there are wetlands on the property, but our application is still similar. The The 50-foot no-build zone, there are options there. And there are also options above the 100-year floodplain where this proposed building should be located, and it should be clustered with the 3 existing buildings that are on the lot. I don't consider what I've seen having those, the new building clustered at all. To locate this building at one of the highest points on this lot in an open field and ignore the clustering is totally inappropriate. I suggested to the applicant in an email exchange that it would be useful for him to refer to building with Nantucket in mind, as there are numerous sections that refer to placement of dwellings on large lots. And I even offered to send it to him, but he responded in an email that he had certainly read it already. I don't question whether he read it, but I certainly don't think what he has presented and what you see before you is something that's following building with Nantucket in mind. The importance of the placement of structures on this lot and the equal importance of clustering is very, very important. Existing buildings is mentioned numerous times in building with Nantucket in mind, and ignoring this and allowing the application as submitted would create a rural sprawl, basically. I'd like to just, if I may, quote a couple of sections that I think building with Nantucket in mind are appropriate here. On page 10, to preserve and protect the spacious character of the natural landscape outside of high-density settlements through the sensitive design of buildings, including the siting, to encourage clustering of houses, to minimize the visual impact on the landscape of scattered new houses, and to make sure new buildings are designed as partners with the land, not the conquerors. On page 90 of the building with Nantucket in mind, the applicant should not present the building as an isolated object, but as part of an established context. To be appropriate, the new construction must instill a sense of relatedness to the surrounding buildings. The most important criteria for relatedness, the primary design decisions of building siting. Buildings should be sited to minimize their prominence and therefore should not be placed at the top of a slope or crest of a hill. Close clustering of buildings is much more sensitive to the land than scattered construction. The most damaging practice is to sell the hills for their view potential, which results in houses sited on the crest. And lastly, the placement of a new building is the most critical decision affecting its design and visual impact. A house that is placed directly on top of one of the hills is a self-centered object concerned only with its own view. I don't know whether the commissioners have been out to inspect this property. You're also welcome to go on my property if you'd like to look at it from that view as well. But I would respectfully request, if the commissioners haven't been out to view this location, to go out there and consider whether a siting on one of the highest points on the lot and not clustered with the other 3 buildings on this lot is appropriate. If the applicant does not agree to move the proposed dwelling in accordance with numerous recommendations as stated in building with Nantucket in mind, I believe the application in its present configuration should be denied. Approving this application would set a very bad precedent, in my opinion, for the HDC and for the island. Thank you for giving me this time.
Thank you, Rhoda. And Paul, if you can hear me, are you ready?
Yes, I'm actually here with Rhoda.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. So Rhoda had asked me to kind of review the plans and try to explain to her as best we could, based on the information that was provided, where everything is kind of sitting on the lot. So I'd just like to take a few minutes to just kind of walk through. Some of this information will mimic what Will has kind of stated in his initial presentation with regard to elevations, flood zones, and so forth. To give a sense, and I'm working now off of TJ's plan, and also what I did was an overlay of the town's current topographic mapping, because that gives us a better sense of flood zone locations and so forth. So to give a sense of scale, you'll see on the plan that TJ has, there's the existing dwelling, which is located right adjacent to the harbor. There is the existing barn studio, and then you have the proposed location of this structure. The proposed location of this structure while it is on a side slope, is located basically in the high point on the lot. The actual highest point is the area where the two septic systems that you see to the right of the dwelling. You'll see some leach fields there. Those are actually mounded systems that are actually even higher than where the dwelling would be proposed. But while the dwelling is proposed on a side slope, the plans themselves do not provide a first floor elevation and or any grading. It does appear to be a walkout type of setup with the upper level at grade and the backside being a walkout. But there are no floor elevations of which then I can interpolate a ridge height and so forth. As Rhoda has mentioned, there are ridge poles out there. They did set ridge poles on the property. You can see the ridge poles from both Rhoda's main dwelling, second and third floor, and you can actually see them more clearly on the ground level of her existing cottage on the backside of the deck. So those are out there, they can be seen, but again, it's hard for me to explain to Rhoda where the elevations are, as there's really no floor elevations or grading provided on the plans that you have. To give you a sense of scale, the existing dwelling is approximately elevation 5. I think Will had mentioned 6, but I have elevation 5. The barn studio is approximately 275 feet away from that. That's up at around elevation 10. And the proposed dwelling that you have before you tonight is approximately 275 feet from the barn. And that's, best I can figure, the floor elevation would probably be pretty close to elevation 15. So it's approximately a 5-foot rise from the house to the barn and another 5-foot rise to the second dwelling. With the barn and the second dwelling and the primary dwelling being spaced similar distances, 275 feet approximately apart based on the plan. And then that would put this dwelling approximately 475 feet away from the primary dwelling, which is located in the harbor. Again, elevations, main dwelling 5, cottage or the barn studio 10. This is proposed at about 15. And to give a sense of where the flood zone they were talking about, flood zone in this area is approximately elevation 8. So the area that we also looked at, in which Rhoda was talking about clustering the dwelling closer to the barn, that does appear to be an area that, at least based on the plans that you have before you, is outside of the 50-foot no build from the wetlands. So the wetlands, basically anything within 100 is jurisdictional. The 50-foot is a no build, which could be built without waivers. And anything obviously above the flood zone would not have to meet the standards for the flood zone construction standards. So Rhoda's contention, and it does appear at least from the plan, that there was sufficient area closer to the barn studio that this dwelling could be placed. And there might be other areas too, or maybe there's other options on the lot that at least the applicant could maybe explore with regard to where this could be positioned.
So
the one thing if I could just finish quickly, the one thing that I think would be helpful that for me to explain to Rhoda here is that having some floor elevation in the grading, if the intent is to build this into the side slope, which the indication is, that we see at least how that's going to be accomplished. The ridge poles out there, while the dwelling itself, I think, is only 16.5 feet or so based on the plans, based on the elevation above the barn location, I'm not sure whether the ridge poles for this, even though they are modest, would still be at or above the elevation of the barn itself. And happy to answer any questions that you may have or continue to hear from the applicant.
So Paul, were you just suggesting everything's outside of the 100-foot setback right now? And I agree with your assessment of it, which is 100 feet, you don't even need to apply. But between 150 is not a waiver. That's that they basically approve anything within 50 feet or outside of 50 feet, I should say. That's what you were suggesting, right? So in other words, the building would move further north.
The 50 foot is a no build. The 100 is jurisdictional. And then the application that they have presented here now it's outside the flood zone, it's outside the 100. It's, I mean, technically outside of Concom jurisdiction. But again, the Concom jurisdiction and the building with Nantucket in mind aren't necessarily
Yes,
in line.
understood. Okay, thank you, Paul. Board members might have questions for you. So Rhoda and Paul, is there anyone else that's speaking on this from your side?
Not at this point.
Sorry?
Not at this point.
Okay, thank you. So Whit, I'm going to give you just a moment to, you said that you wanted to have an opportunity to speak after Rhoda and Paul. So you still there?
Yeah, I again wish that TJ were here to be able to speak to some of the elevations. I think we would be, the applicant would be delighted to have those commissioners who want to come out and take a view of the site here, take a look at the ridge poles, take a look at the relative positions of the structures. The siting currently is based on current wetland delineation. As we know, we're looking at a situation of harbor rise, sea rise. Will is a relatively young gentleman who's building a permanent home for himself on the island. And quite frankly, we'd rather do it once rather than build it, have it start to flood and have to move it at some point in the future. Again, the provisions of building with Nantucket in mind that Rhoda has cited, you know, some of the sections that she's looking at are related to the other settlement section of building with Nantucket in mind, referring to Sconset and Nantucket and Walwinet. Pulpus doesn't fall into that other settlement type of setting. The other sections she's relying on are talking about prominent geological features such as Pocomo Head or Rattlesnake Bank, those types of things. Those features, again, don't exist in the Pulpus area and they don't exist on this particular piece of property. Finally, again, the parallels between the earlier 05 submission, which was a 2-story cottage, and the very modest 1-story proposal that you have are significant. And again, I think if the commissioners take a view, they will see that given the layout of the property and the relative distances between the existing buildings, that this works. And it is being built with Nantucket in mind.
Thank you. Well, oh, sorry, is that it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Whit. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the board now, and Abby, if you're
Yeah, hi.
still wanting to speak first.
Yeah, I don't really want to speak first. I just you think those ridge poles are still up in this wind?
Good question, Abby.
Because I didn't get a chance to see it, and I think if there's going to be a personal, I mean, I don't know if I could get on this site to actually see it. I mean, if I can't see it from Pulpus Road, what it's really not our jurisdiction. I mean, we can't. So the only, you know, the anomaly of the glass connector is the only worry I have. And I guess I wouldn't want to see that from Pulpus Road and probably not from the harbor. So I think the view poles are, if I went out to Pulpus, would I be able to view this? Like, or would I be trespassing?
Pulpus Road?
Yeah.
But apparently the poles are visible from Pulpus Road.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, may I speak just for a moment?
Who's speaking?
The applicant.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Any of the HDC members are more than welcome to visit the site. You will not be trespassing. You have our full permission to visit the site. I certainly hope the ridge poles are still standing, but you should not be able to see them from the Pulpus Road.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody said in.
I think Rhoda should be able to see them from her property, but not from the Pulpus Road. You will be able to see the ridge poles from the harbor, but neither from the harbor nor the road would you see the greenhouse connector. The greenhouse connector would essentially be perpendicular to both the harbor and the road and covered by either the living room entrance modules or the garage to the south.
Okay, thank you. Those
Thank
are
you.
all my only concerns, and I'll go visit the property, but I want to hear what my other board members say.
Okay. Why don't we try you, Val?
Okay. Thank you for all the information. I did find the site plan rather confusing because there were no numbers on it. And I'm looking at what was in the email, the digital copy to us, and it is different from what is being presented slightly by Holly. So there is a little bit of a discrepancy there with where that dotted line and proposed, I guess it's probably a rutted way that was created over time driving around there, but the driveway is a little bit different. And so I was going to ask for more topographical information, perhaps from a surveyor. What else is missing is photos of the existing structures. Because I only viewed from the street, I didn't feel it was proper for me to drive in there and look and see what the context was. So those would be helpful because we're really supposed to just look from a public way. And I was going to ask for polls, but you said polls are up. So thank you for that. I will go back out and see what we can see. And yeah. I appreciate the height of this. It's only 16 feet or so. I do have concern with the greenhouse, and only in that if it's lit up at night, it's gonna sort of be like a beacon in the midst of, the dark sky thing. But the stature of the house, I think, is very thoughtful. So for right now, that is all I have.
Thank you, Val. Diane?
Yeah, could we see a couple of those elevations they had up? I just got the site plan and the floor plan. Can I have an elevation north or south?
You have the
There they-
north, you have all
Okay.
four elevations. There you go.
On the north elevation, what are the little extra lines on both sides of the gables? On all the roofs?
Oh, that's a good question. They look like solar panel. Oh, no, those are roof pitches. Those are indicating a roof pitch. If we've zoomed in on that a little bit, you could see that it's identifying the pitch of the roof. This is one of the
Okay.
issues with, yeah, so see how that's not,
Okay, so that's a 9 by 12 roof pitch.
yeah, and then a
Okay.
3.5 and 12. Yeah.
There is a skylight though, Diane.
Where?
It is,
Yeah, I see it now. It's on the side of yeah, there you go. See, Holly's showing it on the
Yeah.
side of the gable on the north elevation.
So but when you don't see it, you should be able to see it on the west.
No, you should see it on the east elevation if we scroll down a little bit more. And the reason we don't see it on the east elevation is because that garage mass is blocking it. It's behind the garage mass.
Okay. Well, it's a little hidden, that's all.
Hmm.
I think some of our statements from 2005 still hold. I don't see any topography on the site plan that we've been looking at. It's a terrible site plan because it's hard to read and it's got too many lines of the same color when trying to break down the 25, 50, and 100 foot wetlands. So I'd like to see what the topography is on the site plan, so we know where the high and low dips are. The only one I see is at south, but there's no dimensions. I'd like to see what the dimensions are. So I would ask for that for addition to what's there, because I don't know, the greenhousey thing is a fun idea, but it certainly makes it a point of how much you can see, either from the water or from this road.
Mhm.
So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made. I would point out, I think, a couple of quick things and get some clarifications. With respect to topography, I think it would be very helpful to have that on the plans. I appreciate the applicants inviting us onto the property to take a look. I did go out to see what I could see, but I didn't want to drive up there knowing it was private. If someone wants to coordinate a skiff and we'll all go for lunch and view from the harbor, that would be nice, but I don't anticipate it. On the south elevation, I'm just going to go from on the elevation sheet, top to bottom. On the south elevation, the topic of the greenhouse comes back up. I think it's a legitimate concern. It is a general matter. If we can't view it from a visible location, it perhaps not an HTC matter. But if the greenhouse is going to be an open, translucent material, then it would actually be a greenhouse. I point out, just from a design build standpoint, more a builder HVAC design standpoint, on your south elevation AC compressor, we won't be getting involved with the location, I don't think, because it won't be visible. However, being that low in the grade, if flooding is an issue, will be problematic for you, Will. I think the design overall, I'm looking at the west, the north, and the east. The fact that it is relatively low, I appreciate. I would like to see, I will appreciate seeing the topographical information so as to make some kind of determination of how much would be visible from the harbor. But from what I see, I think it's not a two-story structure, and that's very helpful. And the rest I would wait till we get some additional information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So I'm just going to, my concerns were covered by the other board members, but I'm going to reiterate them. Topography, that's both existing topography, contour, and proposed, if there's any grading changes. Fix the driveway issue on the site plan. Overall dimensions of both vertical and horizontal. It's very difficult when we're reviewing this stuff on our computer screens to actually tell how big things are. So we generally, well, we're supposed to not appreciate, we're supposed to absolutely see vertical dimensions, ridge heights, and overall length and that sort of things identified on the plans. Let me see if there was anything else. And obviously I'll go view the ridge poles as well. That's it for me. So can I have a motion from someone, please?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions and a site plan with the topography, both present and in the future.
Very good. Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. So we'll see you guys next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving right along, we are now on to item 222 Arlington Street. Is Jesse Dutra with us?
I don't see him, Mr. Chair.
I am.
Jesse's iPhone.
Must not be seeing anybody today.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Jesse. So Jesse, do you want to sit on this next application?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, I don't know if the applicant is here. He was traveling and I had difficulty reaching him because his phone wasn't taking any messages. Message box was full. But this, as a point of clarification, it came from a citizen's complaint. So he was applying for the retractable awning on the side of his yard.
Okay, let me make sure I'm clear. So he was applying for it, or
Yes,
he
yes.
installed it and somebody complained?
He installed it without approval.
I'm here.
Oh, good. Oh, you're here. Okay, good. Thank
I'm
you.
not there, but I'm here.
Okay.
Well, you can go ahead and present your project then. Thank you, Peter.
Okay. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to apologize for not getting the approval. To put it in context, I asked the awning company, Cape Cod Retractable, what sort of approvals I would need. And he said, I quote, that they've been doing business on the island since 2006, had installed 40 to 50 awnings, never been told can't do it from a historic perspective. He said, and then he sort of qualified it. It's not a permanent structure. It's not a fixed frame awning. But in an effort to reconfirm what he told me, I went down to 2 Fairgrounds Road and met briefly with John Hedden and Paul Murphy. I believe Mr. Hedden, I think, immediately referred me to Mr. Murphy. When I was in Mr. Murphy's office, he told me there was no need for a building permit and made no mention of the historic commission, and maybe shouldn't or doesn't need to. Well, therefore, I thought I was in good shape. So I do apologize. I obviously did not research that enough. Also, I'd like to mention for you to take into consideration, there's been one complaint. If this awning was such an eyesore, I would expect there to be numerous complaints from residents on the road, but to date, I think there's only one as far as I know. Whether this is relevant or not, I unfortunately can only spend about 2.5 months out of the whole year using the property. And during that period of time, I use the awning maybe a couple times a week. If I don't have the awning, I can't really use the deck because it's just too hot.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm asking that you consider this. What I'm considering is put a hedge in, a 6-foot privet hedge along Arlington Road, because I think the concern was, and I think Kathy may have said this or explained to me, that somebody, there's the awning there, somebody could see the awning from the road, and if I put a 6-foot privet, I could, it would block that view. You wouldn't see the awning. So
Okay. Well,
if that would satisfy you and satisfy this one individual, I'm certainly willing to do that.
Okay, that's nice to hear. So it's interesting because there are things that the HDC does have jurisdiction over that don't necessarily follow and then go to the building department, this being one of them, because you really don't need a building permit to put up an awning. However, you can imagine all those awnings downtown, like the one at the boarding house and so forth, and the one that's now on the side of not Company of the Cauldron, the Brotherhood. So we've reviewed those in the past. So we are in the practice of reviewing these. So what I'm going to do now, there's one thing that was unclear to me. There are all these photographs. I'd just love to know, some of them, like this one, I think is taken from the property. So our purview, of course, is what's seen from a public way. And I would like someone who knows the situation to be able to direct us to the photographs that are taken not from the property itself or the neighbor's property, but from a publicly traveled way.
I'm not sure I'm not sure whether there are. Well, that would be right there.
Okay.
That's it.
So is this where you're proposing to put the privet then?
Yeah, right along here. That's,
Okay,
I'm
so you-
standing on the road here.
Okay. Got it.
Taking,
Okay.
so the
Very-
privet, 6-foot privet would go there along my whole property.
Oh, along the whole front?
Arlington.
Sorry, along the whole front?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's see what the board has to say about this. Once again, Jesse Dutra is the associate member that's sitting on your application. So why don't we hear from, say, Abby first? Birthday girl, are you there?
I'll go, Ray.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Val.
I really don't find this to be as offensive as I guess somebody else thinks it is. Willing to mitigate the view with some sort of plantings, and you know, it's a situation where the installer is really in my opinion,
Culpable.
right. So I am fine with this. It rolls up, for goodness sakes, like a shade. I fail to see why it's so egregious. So yes, he should have gotten approval, but he was misguided. So I'm okay with this.
Okay, thank you, Val.
I'll,
Diane?
I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
I don't find it offensive. I think an even privet hedge along this area, I would find it grievous. The trees going into this property are lovely and very natural looking, and they certainly would not be improved by a privet hedge. What is the matter with the awning? We allow them all over the place. It's white awning, and it's got a dip in it, but otherwise you would hardly see it. And so I have no problem with it, and I wouldn't plant the 6-foot tall privet hedge and ruin the view of the landscape. That's
Thank you.
mine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Diane. Abby, do we have you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with this.
Okay, as is, because there is a discussion about the applicant.
Yeah, I just, I wouldn't want to see it right on the road, but this is camouflaged a bit through the woods. I don't see a problem with it.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm good with it, and I actually agree with Diane on the fact that if he doesn't want to put a privet hedge in, I'm okay without the privet hedge. I think it looks nicer, the landscape without it, and I think that on a normal situation, the board would approve this. It just didn't get approved, and we need to do that.
That's correct. Thank you, Jesse. So I think we have liftoff here because I too, I'm looking at these tupelos, which I really love, and I would hate to, and they're really, nice naturalized tupelos. So I'd hate for the view of those to actually go away by putting this, somewhat architectural linear hedge in front of all that stuff. So I'd be perfectly willing to accept this just the way it is. Does somebody want to make a motion for me on this?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with minus the privet hedge.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the motion, Diane. On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
What about the fine? Was there a fine?
Kathy, can you speak to that?
No, there was not a fine.
Oh, good. Okay.
No, because he made due by coming in and applying. So
okay, all right. I was going to say forfeit the fine, but
yeah,
I'm aye.
Okay, all right, great. Jesse?
Aye.
Okay, and Diane, you made that motion, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you're in favor of your motion?
Yes, I am.
I too am in favor of the motion, so the motion carries. There we go. That's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Karen at 83 Eel Point Road with solar panels.
Hello.
Hello, Karen.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, Karen. I just need to. So now we're back to Stephen. We're bouncing back and forth between our two associates at the moment. So Stephen's on this one.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is Josh Hardy's house. He's a local person, an island business owner. He's concerned about the environment and the electric rates skyrocketing. So he wants to put these in. And his roof is black asphalt. The house sits 300 feet back from the road. You can see the house from the road. It's pretty open, as you know, the Eel Point Road. But the only way you could make out solar panels on this black asphalt roof would be with binoculars. So the house is nearer the beach, but the panels are going to be on the roadside, so you will not see any panels from the beach or the water. Yeah. And like I say, from the Eel Point Road, you would not be able to delineate the panels from the black asphalt roof.
It's a single story house, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Single story. Okay. Anything else to say, Karen?
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. To the board, let's see. Val?
Well, you know how I feel. It's the front of the house. This is wide open, and I do believe you're going to notice them. So there is no way to mitigate these in any way, shape, or form. It's just beach grass. So sticking with our policy, it's on the front of the house. I am a no.
Okay. Diane?
I am a no for the same reason.
Okay. Abby?
Well, it was probably on the view, 300 feet back from the road. I'm just trying to imagine that, like, that's 3 football fields. Yeah, I think that I'd have to see it. I'm so sorry. It was probably on the view, but I didn't see it. So.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, let's see where it goes. So, Stephen.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes it most difficult, well, it's on the front of the house. It's in a highly visible location. I understand it. Abby, it's just 1 football field. But the fact that the primary section of the solar will be on a roof plane that's bisected, if I'm looking at this correctly, the gable has gables running perpendicular to it. So there'll be those little triangles. If this, maybe if it were that far away and the roof was black and it was a simple rectangular from edge justified edge to edge, but it still wouldn't meet our regulations. So I'll take a look at it. I didn't look at it because I am very familiar with the area, but I think it's going to be difficult to approve as it is.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. My view is I'm like everyone else on the board, very familiar with that area. And, that house to the left of this, if we look at, as you're driving down Eel Point Road, there was one photograph that shows this 2-story house to the left, which, really dwarfs, it's right there. It dwarfs this house. And so I think in terms of overall impact, I'd be, my site is directed right to that big house. Frank, I didn't even notice that there was this little house to the right of it. So I think in terms of the overall impact to our field of vision, this is de minimis. So I'd be okay with it, but it doesn't sound like there's enough what am I looking for? We don't have enough in favor of it, enough people in favor to get it approved at the moment, but do some people want to view this?
Yeah,
I would.
Okay.
I would motion to hold for a supplemental view.
Okay. All right. So that's your motion, Stephen. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
I,
And Stephen, you're in favor of your motion?
Correct.
And I'm in your favor of your motion, so the motion carries. So we'll view it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, it's the Val Oliver Show.
Who's been waiting 2 weeks.
I know. Well, here you are. It's
Here
your
I
time-
am.
It's your time to shine.
59B Pulpus Road. Just to orient you, I
Hold
think.
on, Val, I just want to just make sure for the record, because Val is representing this and obviously recused, we will have Jesse and Stephen on these next 4 applications. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
So this is a lot that was recently subdivided. I think probably everybody knows Tom and Bart. This is their lot. Theirs is the little house that you see on lot 1.
Okay.
And they sold this parcel to this gentleman, and he had someone draw it, and I'm representing it for them.
All right.
So it's, let's see, pretty basic house. I think it's 300 plus feet from the road on a very wooded lot, almost all the way to the rear of the lot. It has white trim, black sash, black architectural certainty moire, black roof shingles, and black doors. It's 28 feet in height at its highest point. And everything else is, you know, pretty basic. White cedar shingles and such. I know there's these 2 oval windows flanking the front door, but my guess is that they're not going to be visible and they're under a porch. So I would just keep that in mind.
Okay. So does that front elevation face back to Pulpus Road?
Yes.
Does. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Holly, could you scroll back up there to the site plan once again? Thank you. Is that a garage? The thing in
Yes, that's the next application.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Because that will clearly block most of the view of this, I would imagine. Okay. Board members. Abby?
well, right off, the oval windows, I would rather see a little square in there, you know, 2/2. And the pediment coming forward on the porch, I think is a bit much for Pulpus. I do like the nod to the sort of farm-like gables there. And I do like I mean, those are the only things I have to say. So maybe I could get those. I don't know.
Let's see if you can get your wish. I have 1 or 2 more to tack on to your wish list. Thank you, Abby. Diane.
I was wondering, I have seen Bart's house and stuff, but I don't know what its style is. Do we have any pictures of his house?
Tom and Bart?
Is the, yeah.
No.
Match it. Have you been there?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No, it's.
I just haven't.
Yeah, not even remotely.
Their house is nestled into the woods, and it's a small little cute bungalow.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's how I remember it long ago, but I wasn't sure what they had done to it. But it's a lovely location at this house. Can we go to the site plan back, Holly? I'm sorry. little bit downer. The house is going to be fairly set in there. It is a very tight little area. It's being that the land has been divided and stuff. I would like, I think, to see a simpler house that's lower. That's 28 something, which is town height. I was along the street of Popus and stuff, hoping for a lower one. I would like to see the house more informal to suit the houses that are there and come down to a lower height. I wish. Thank you.
Can I speak to that, Mr. Chair, or should I wait?
You should probably wait.
Okay.
Were you going to speak to the height?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you wait on that one just for a
Okay.
second? Hear the rest of the board members. Thank you. Jesse.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the oval windows. I don't have too much issue with it. Although the second floor dormer layout, I feel like could be a little better. That's all I got.
Okay. That's all you got?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. How about you, Stephen?
I actually agree with Diane on it. It just seems large for the space that it's in, relative to, if you're looking at the locus and the spacing of the structures. So I'm wondering if maybe it could be a little bit smaller and a little bit shorter.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. And the only thing that I have to add to that laundry list is I always find the white trim with black sash to be very, very formal in feel, like in town on a house that's 200 years old, but that's my opinion. I just think out there with the rural setting that there could be some sort of an improvement, in the direction of gray somewhere rather than black or white. That's all I have to add to that. Should we hold this for a few revisions? Oh, I'm sorry, Val, did you want to speak to the height wall? It's a concern for people, obviously.
I would encourage a view if you didn't view. There is going to be no clearing back here, wide open shot from the road. And it, again, I want to reiterate, is over 300 feet back. And there are houses. Teresa Williams right next door has a 2-story house that I did years back for her. It's just a basic, 2-story box. But the other things we'll certainly take into consideration. And I get the color scheme thing. So I would just say maybe you guys should go out and look again, and we'll bring back some revisions and we can see where we land.
Okay, that sounds good. So can I have a motion from one of the?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Next up, the garage apartment.
I think the important thing to note about this is that the garage doors face the house. So what you'll see from the road is the elevation with the porch.
Okay.
And the front door there. Colors are to match the house. So I get the color thing. It's 24'8" at its highest point. And I look forward to seeing what you have to say.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. How about you, Stephen?
Val, I'm trying to get a read on this through you, Mr. Chair, with respect to the location. I mean, I can see the bike path, but I'm trying to get a read on it. Where is the garage relative to, like, for instance, the structure towards the, as we're looking at the plan, the locus, the small structure to the left of where the garage would be, garage apartment. Is it as close to the bike path? Is it not as close?
What, say that again.
Yeah, you lost me there, dude. What?
Sorry, I'm using my little mouse to point at it. I realize now you all can't see what I'm pointing at. Holly, if you've got the zoom, could you zoom in on the locus of the general lot area? Yeah, so there's the lot outlined in black, the lot outlined in green, and then towards Pulpus Road, to the left of the lot outlined in green, there's a small structure. You see that?
That is the structure.
No, I'm not pointing at that. There's another one. Yep. To the left of that, Holly, and more towards Pulpus.
Oh, that little tiny thing there?
No, that's the right, to the left.
Oh.
That little teeny tiny thing?
Yes.
Thing?
No, go to the left of the green lot. There is a house and a small building and a shed.
Yes.
This one?
Where is the garage? Thank you. Where is the garage relative, the garage apartment relative to that?
I have no idea because I can't see it on the aerial and it's not notated on the lot plan that Art Gasparo did.
There's a little belly to this site, and it's kind of going in that little belly, the belly that goes up, yeah, right there.
Right, and I can't see that other structure, so I didn't know if Val kind of knew where it was. I'm just trying to get a read as to how far away from the bike path this is, because I think if it's as close as that other structure, I think it's a little big to be so close to the bike path.
Mm-hmm.
A little tall, I should say. But those, I guess that's my question, and from that is my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Abby?
Well, I'm trying to read the height and it's written sort of inside out or something, but I think it's almost 25 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that might be a little tall. I would, to Steve's point, keep the vegetation for the bikers, keep it rural. On the architecture, I think the columns on the main house and this garage are too ornate. They should be simplified for this, this is farmland. I think, I'm not sure if I agree about the severity of the black and white, but I think Ray's probably right. It is perceived as formal. I'm just trying to imagine myself riding by on my bike and looking back at it. So, and then the garage door themselves, I imagine those are natural to weather.
I believe they were going to be painted black, but they're also facing away from the road. They're facing the house.
And so rear elevation and the elevation we would see from the path would be north.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a little boxy. If it could be pared down and kept the vegetation, and I'd be okay with it.
Okay, thank you, Abby. How about you, Diane?
I would like to see the dormers on the east and west side broken up. It makes the house, as Abby said, a box. There's no added massing. You've got plenty of land. That straight on, I feel the straight on roofing line of those dormers are give it more of that impression. And I would like to see them broken up perhaps into two or something. But that's it. Otherwise, if there's any way of adding a little height, taking it down, because it's only a foot shorter than the house, right, Val?
Yeah, it's
How
also
tall is the?
a garage and 200 some odd feet in between. So I would just keep that in mind, but okay.
Was that it, Diane?
Well, I just was trying to. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Thank you. Could I take a look at the site plan again? And the garage is on the road?
It's close to the road, yeah.
It's about 70 feet back.
From the road or from the bike path?
From the road.
Yeah.
I will make revisions, but I really would appreciate when it comes back again, if people take the time to go view, because I think a lot of this would be assuaged by a view.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make that
Well,
motion.
no, hang on. I want to hear if Jesse has anything else to say, because he was looking about the road proximity, but anything else to say on this? And then I'd like to just say one or two things. Jesse? Jesse?
Sorry. I don't know how I went to mute that time. But anyways, I'll keep my comments fairly bland due to, just viewing it. But the overall, the garage is fine, but it just seems a little boxy. Can use a little more character. And I'll wait to view before giving any more comments.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse. So first of all, I agree with everything that's been said, the boxiness, the formality of the columns. There are just two things I would like to add. One, now that I see this structure and its height, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to see the top portion of this above those trees and such, that the windows on the second floor that face, I guess that's north, right, that face the bike path, seem to me to be too small. There's a lot of shingle surrounding them. And then this just sort of underscores my concern for the color scheme of white trim with black sash. I just think it's going to be very different from anything else that you might see along that stretch of road. That's all I have to say. So Abby, you were going to make a motion, I think?
Yeah, motion for a view and revisions.
Okay, we'll take that motion. Very good. On the motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Jesse.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of the motion as well. That carries. So now we are on to 84 Pulpus Road.
I'd like to hold this, please, till the
Why?
end to see if my person can show up.
Oh, you want to hold it within this meeting?
Yeah, I mean,
You
we
don't
may
have,
not-
your applicant's not here.
right.
Okay.
What's
So-
the number?
It's number 6 and 7 of new business.
So I motion to hold those towards the end of the meeting when your client shows up.
Sounds good. Okay, on that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane.
I'm so sorry, I'm here.
Aye.
Okay, let's hold it, stop. Okay. We're
Not on you yet, Mirka.
Oh, no, sorry, I just see it on the
Oh
screen.
my goodness. No, Mirka, pay attention. Now I just goofed it. So let's see. Let's do that vote again. Okay. With Abby, was that your motion?
Yes, my motion is to
Hold for later in the
hold
meeting when
for-
the applicants.
for Val's clients.
Very good. Okay, on that motion, Jesse,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, so 6 and 7 get held. Now we're on to number 8, which is 19 Pilgrim. Okay.
And I apologize because sometimes the live stream is a little bit ahead or behind.
Yeah.
So I
It's okay. Here we are. Okay, so what do we have?
so this application, there is a,
Sorry,
there is
Mirka.
it's a,
Mirka,
I'm sorry?
hang on. Our regular board is here and we have 2 associates, so I'm going to establish who your board is. So on this, we will have Jesse sitting, okay?
thank you.
Jesse Dutra. Okay, continue.
Oh, thank you very much. So this is the application where, as you can see, there's an existing pool, existing PT retaining wall, existing wire fence. So there's a pre-existing situation. So my client would like to change the pool. There is some difficulty with the pool. So they just would like to do the new pool, which will be a little bit longer with the automatic pool cover. It's practically in the same location. As you can see, the existing pool is in the red color.
Yes.
So we are making the pool a little bit longer, 2 feet longer and a foot narrower and adding automatic pool cover. And then there's just full bluestone patio around this pool. So we would like to break it up with some decks at grade and the stone and bring some pockets of the green garden. In addition to this, I would like to veneer the PT wall with the cedar boards, which would extend above the wall over the next 4 feet. So it's kind of create the consistent enclosure and give the full privacy. At the end of the day,
do we have photographs of that, Mirka?
it should be in the, it's on the, so the enclosure is the fence or it's the drawing right there. Yeah, that would be like a typical trellisy wall surrounding this inner garden. But at the end of the day, none of this is really visible from the Pilgrim. There is a established thick cryptomeria hedges on the periphery. The only place you could sense the backyard is the side parking area, but again, it's private and gated and it's fully screened. So the backyard is not visible from the Pilgrim at all at this point.
Okay.
Plus, I think whatever we are doing, it will be a little bit more attractive. That's what we have there now.
Okay, and theoretically, we're not seeing this from a public way, no matter how attractive it is. But so the fencing, it appears to be almost 7 feet high. Is that correct?
So it would feel as a 7 feet, but when you think about it, as you can see the PT walls, which are almost 4 feet high, so it will sit in front of it.
Okay, so see how you have the fence on top of the PT walls? Would it approximately go that high?
It would be no. The top of the, from the top of the wall and top of the fence will be approximately 4 to 5 feet.
What? Say that again.
More than that.
So the PT wall, as you can see on the image, at that point is 4 feet high,
right?
And it toppers, the top toppers to like 30 inches to the other side. So the fence or this boarded part would be sitting on the at the elevation of the pool. So that's what kind of.
Mirka, so what I asked earlier was whether this 7 foot high fence would be the same height as the fencing that I see in the photograph, and I believe the answer to that is yes.
Yes.
Right. So everybody pretend that the existing posts that you see there, that's going to all have this horizontal board fence going around it.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Diane, you ready?
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes,
Yep.
I think the fence around the pool is a little tall and heavy to have the pool. I thought, did Mercury say it was going to be a automatic cover?
Yes.
Then what is the purpose of the picket or the cedar fence?
Um, just to answer the question, it's just the privacy in a first and foremost, and secondary, it's a really small lot, and we want to create the sense of enclosure because there's another big house in the back. They have a parking right in the back of this lot, so they just want to create a little sound barrier at the same time and screen the wire fence. To your point, yes, we don't need that fence, but it's a small lot, and the client like the idea of the wire fence, which is already there installed, not to look at it, yeah, and screen it and make it more attractive and safer at the same time.
Okay. Does that make sense, Diane?
Well, I understand it. I don't think it makes sense. I am against it. So there you are. And I think that it may be a small lot, and it may be this and it may be that, but it doesn't mean you put a 7-foot fence around it to wall it off from whatever's around. The houses along Pilgrim Road have a fair distance between them, and I think that the fence that height is not a good thing.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Thank you. Could I see the site plan and maybe point out the location of the fence on the site plan, please?
It's at the back of the, just if you go from the patio, like as it starts with the pool on the bottom side, if you go where the Holly, I don't know, or whoever, yeah. So it's along the patio, starting with the pool, and then it wraps in the, in the far corner, go along the far property line and comes back to the gate where the pool equipment is. Yes. So it's that little U shape right there.
Okay. And is there a locus so I can see what the neighboring lot is? Sorry.
So this is the locus. At this point, there is already the back lot, just it's fully developed. There is I took this from our Nantucket GIS map, but there is the house under construction. There is these people are looking right at the garage, which is directly at the corner of this lot, abutting this property, and then there's a parking and big house. I do believe they developed these two back rear lots as a one property. It's pretty big complex. But the garage is directly next to us.
Okay. So this is the back of the property, the fence. And that's the white shell driveway to the side of the house.
Yes, but that's not for for my property. That's the access for those other three lots, which were part of the development. Yeah.
I like the design. I really don't have a problem with a fence there. And I like the horizontal fence, but it is not very typical for a Nantucket design, although I'm just curious how much you're going to see of it once all is said and done. So I'm just going to say at this point, unless we're going to do a view, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. Stephen?
Is he on it?
He should be. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Stephen, you're not on it.
Yeah, I just was on mute because I wasn't on.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Val?
I think we're making a big deal out of nothing. I don't think we're going to see this. It looks like there's full-grown trees already surrounding the ugly retaining wall. So I am fine with this.
Okay, thank you, Val. How about you, Abby?
Well, I had a question about the existing evergreen hedge. Is that going to stay, is that in perpetuity, or that seems to be on the other side of the lot line? So is that the neighbors?
So it's, as you can see, the PT wall is approximately 2 feet or 30 inches off the property line. And this is shared hedge between these two lots.
Okay.
So, and it's been established as a part of the development as pre. So
I see. So that's part of the development. And the same is true of the back with the cryptomeria?
Yeah.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't see why you would make it the pool any longer, but
She's making it shorter.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. She's making it 2 feet longer and 1 foot narrower. Sorry about that.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I just think that's a lot of trouble for nothing. I'm okay with the fence because if the evergreens, you're not going to see it through the evergreens. So I'm okay with that sort of modern approach to the fence. That's it.
Thank you, Abby. I'm okay with it too. Particularly given the cryptomeria and the fact that there's already a wire fence there. So does somebody want to make a motion on this?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, Val has made that motion. On that motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
No.
Okay, and chairs in favor, so the motion carries 4-1. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Mirka, and you've got one more for us, right?
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Let's hit that one.
Okay. So if you're ready. So this property is, I believe the history of the subdivided one big lot, which is accessible of the Monomoy Creek Road. The road, it's
guacamole.
Huh? What?
What was that noise?
I don't know, but I'm paying attention now.
Yeah, wow. And
I
it
haven't
just,
heard anything. Was it me?
You had some mic feedback, Mirka.
Or do I?
Yeah, I think maybe you're in that spot that's tough for the mic to pick it up, so it gets some static.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
oh, okay.
Don't look sorry, Mirka.
No
Mirka,
problem. I'm sorry. I won't move and I just will talk and hopefully it's.
But hang on just a second. So we're alternating our associates. So this one has Steven on it, okay? Rather than Jesse. Okay, continue.
So please correct, stop me if you have a hard time to hear me again. So again, so the access to this property is from the Monomoy Creek, and this property versus the property next door has a easement to each of these properties. So practically from end of the Monomoy Creek, which I took the picture of, you cannot even see this property, period. What you see is the number 12 garage. So that's the first picture from the top. That's the end of the Monomoy Creek. And if, Holly, if you don't mind to zoom on the pictures on your, I guess, left side or right side of the screen, the other side. There are images from the other side. Yeah. So the first image from the top. So this is the end of the Monomoy Creek Road. It just stops, and this is the easement between 12 and 10 Monomoy Creek. So, and the house you see is number 12, not even my client. Now once I'm on the easement, I'm on the property. This is just the front. I've been asked by Kathy to provide this picture. So this is the elevation of the house from the street, like from the driveway. And this is the back of the property. Again, which none of this is really visible. So what we are doing here, we are adding the pool. And now if you wholly don't mind to zoom into the site plan. So we are adding the spa and small pool at the back of the house. It's kind of, you know, little limited design just due to the wetland setbacks. But there's a small plunge pool and the hot tub of the deck. So with the patio and lounge area right directly attached to it. So
we have fencing on this?
There is, it's going to be automatic pool cover, and there is a little, again, trellis fence along the lounge area. That would be on the west side.
Do we have a detail of that?
I, again, hope if you zoom down, I would hope so there is some.
And any retainage?
No.
No retainage, okay. Maybe we scroll down a little bit more.
Maybe one more, or maybe, I thought the only would be like a little trellis along the side.
So we're looking at this plan. So where would this trellis be?
Again, it's along the west property line, the section which is abutting the patio.
Oh, I see it. Trellis natural to weather. Yeah. Okay.
And again, it's just for the privacy because there's a garage right behind. But that's it.
Even that's not visible, correct?
No, none of this is visible from as I tried to show you via the photo.
All right, Mirka, I'm going to open it up to the board members, see what they have to say. Val?
My only thought, and it's just because I'm looking at the aerial. Can you see this from Monomoy Road, looking down?
No, you can't. The only thought where I thought maybe can be visibility is from the, like, cross the street. What's the name of the road going to this to the Marine Home Centrum? What's the name of that? So I thought maybe I could see there, and I stopped, like, looking over the harbor.
Yeah.
And I was looking for this house, and I could see just the roof lines of it. Like, I could just see the house in the couldn't see the backyard.
Very, very difficult to see from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But definitely not from Monomoy. There's a huge wetland and trees.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So Val, were you going to continue?
I have nothing to say about the design. It was merely if it could be viewed from, you know, a public spot, like down at the cricks, or it had looked like Monomoy Road, but
no, very remote.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
When you go down Monomoy Creek Road and you come to number 12 and you think it's the house, it is not. It is the garage. We spent some time here some years ago. And you're on doing this house, and the road disappears, and that's it. And you don't see this house unless you know that's where you're going. It is impossible to see. We looked at it then, and I would think that the greenery had grown up some. You can't see it from the harbor because of the way the land turns there. So I would say that we were safe in saying that you would have this because it's impossible to see.
Yeah, I agree with that, Diane. Thank you. Let's see. So, Abby?
Yeah, I'm fine. I like the size, small.
Small. Yeah.
Sorry, were you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I had to get oriented. It's about 2,100 feet from our island home, which
Yeah.
my concern was that land bank property that's going to be developed, not developed, but opened up at some point in the future.
Yeah.
Off of Poverty Point. So I don't have a concern with it. It's not going to be visible.
Totally agree with that. So can we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, thank you, Mirka. And now we're on to Emeritus, 40 Jefferson. Do we have someone from Emeritus on?
He's there.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. 40 Jefferson.
So I can just start with a brief description, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a house that has already been approved by the HTC about probably over a year ago. And we're simply looking to change. There was a pergola on the back of the building that is indicated here.
Oh, there. Okay. Yep.
It was previously a pergola, and having spent the summer there, the owners are looking for some more protection from the sun and asked if we could explore an option to make it a covered porch as opposed to a pergola. So the change is simply to go from a pergola to a covered porch.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And that shows up on these little elevations that we have at the top of your sheet there, like the west elevation, it's on the right-hand side.
Correct. And there's full-sized elevations as well.
Okay.
On subsequent pages.
And Mr. Chair, this did go to the HSAB
yeah,
for comment.
What do we have?
Okay, so I'll get to the elevation right here. Massing or massive porch roof make building feel larger. The pergola was better, but 4 pitch is better than 7. Front should be a shallower roof. 10 pitch on a hip is a lot. It adds too much mass. Pergola was balanced and worked, but this is competing. Needs smaller pitch. Massive, use 4 pitch and pull closer to align with adjacent roof. Those are the comments.
Hey, so I got to ask a question on this. Actually, I need to ask a few questions on this. Where is the 10 pitch? Somebody mentioned a 10 pitch.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Chair. It's a 7, as I
7 pitch.
understand it.
7, I see, but it says something about 10 pitch being too steep or something.
And I think, Mr. Chair, that was in relation to maybe the existing.
Yeah. Well, the proposed is a 7.
Yep. Okay, so then somebody, somewhere along the line, one of the HSABs said that they would prefer a 4 and 12 roof pitch over the 7.
Correct.
And then is the chimney already there?
The chimney is approved. The house is currently under construction. The first floor walls are framed.
That's not under review right now.
Correct. And I don't have a major issue. I can't see any reason why we wouldn't go to a 4, just FYI. We thought that this looked better and more, that it was more conducive to the existing roof pitches, but.
Okay, and this is all on the back of the house anyway.
Exactly, yeah, I honestly.
So you said it's being framed. Do we have any photographs of it?
No, I mean, literally just the first floor walls are up, so.
Oh, I see, okay. All right, board members, let's see. Jesse, you still with us? Jesse.
Yes, sorry, I am.
No, okay. So Jesse, you're sitting on this one. So actually, why don't we start with you?
Could I get a view of the site plan where the pergola is?
A little further, there we go, perfect. Maybe zoom, yeah. So Jesse, just to the north of this is the parking lot and everything for the galley and the beach club. So this property was subdivided, and the house just to the south of this is the one that has sort of the big turret on it. And it's all at the base of that big bluff that takes you up to Lincoln Circle. So this is on the back of the house.
And it's going where the, is that a chimney fireplace?
You see where the chimney is? It's the piece to the left of the chimney. Was a pergola, and now it's being proposed as a roof.
Okay, well, I don't know how you're going to see it. Maybe slightly from Jefferson if you're peeking through the corners there, but I don't, if that's landscape, that you won't see it. So due to visibility, I don't have a concern. Lack of visibility.
Okay, thank you. Val?
The two outbuildings are already built, and you can see those very clearly from the galley parking lot. They're quite big. And I just think this is exacerbating how much building is on this site. I know it's the rear and I appreciate that, but it just seems like a lot.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Diane?
I agree with Val. You can see this from the parking lot, and it goes right into view. You see the gym, and if you're going the other way, you see both the gym and the cabana. I think that it is too much, and if you notice that the house goes from sideline to sideline, and then you're putting in another thing. I think it's too.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Can we go back to the drawing?
Which one?
Just the site plan or?
Site plan?
Yep, sorry.
Did we lose it?
Can you not see it?
Nope.
No.
All right, sorry, guys.
That's okay. I mean, I was okay with it. I just wanted to see what everybody was talking about. Because it.
Now can you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Abby, did you want to see the site plan?
Yeah, no, this is, I just, it is there any way to make it less forceful? I don't.
Can I suggest something, Abby?
What?
Okay, so, and this is sort of where the HSAB was going. If you look at the roof that was approved, the porch roof that was approved just to the left of this.
Yes.
That roof pitch is a 4 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
And what HSAB said is drop it from a 7 and 12 to a 4 and 12.
Yeah. And also that it doesn't go to a point. I think that the one to the left of it has it sort of propped off. Is there any way you can do that?
No, it's gonna go to a point in this case, because the reason that the one to the left is chopped like that is because it's running into a wall. This would not be.
You can't run into a fake wall.
It's going straight back, yeah.
Well, it does command your attention. So if there was any way to mitigate that, I think I'd be okay with it.
Okay. All right, so we've heard from everyone except me, and I will say this. It's on the back of the building. I understand that, it will probably be visible. But given the choice between a painted white pergola and a roof structure that presumably has natural, are you having a red cedar roof on this, Matt?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so I'd rather look at roofing than sort of white pergola sticks. So I think this would be more peaceful, and that would be with the stipulation that it drops to a 4 and 12 to match the roof right next to it. That's my opinion. So what would we like to do with this, folks?
I'd go along with that as a motion. We could try it.
Matt, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say that a 4-pitch would certainly work.
Oh, okay. You had said that earlier too, and I did hear you when you said that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to make the roof a 4-pitch, like the one next to it to the left. That's all you're asking for, right?
That's it.
Correct.
Okay, that's my motion then.
Okay, thank you, Abby. On that motion, Val?
Anything to mitigate it, I'm for, so I guess aye.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Oh, okay, fine. Jesse?
Aye.
And Abby, you're okay with your motion?
Yeah, I like it.
You like it? Oh, that's good. And I'm in favor of that very nice motion that you made. So that motion carries on that. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're over to 24 Woodbine. And 24 Woodbine has 2 applications. So Stephen will sit on both of those just for consistency. Okay?
I can begin whenever you prefer, Mr. Chair.
We're ready. We have
Okay.
it up on the screen, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. So we are currently before the board for the main dwelling and the garage that is actually going to be heard later in the agenda. We staggered the submission, and we just a couple of things. You haven't seen the revisions yet, but one of the comments were we did have the garage connected to the main house. We've since pulled it apart and rotated it slightly. But the 2 structures that are being on this portion of the agenda are a small pool house, which is before you right now. And so it's essentially a 1.5-story structure. It's intended to be primarily a pool structure, but with a bedroom, a legal bedroom above it, with a bathroom. It's set behind.
It's identified as a dwelling.
Yes, correct. Yep.
Got it.
So it is located behind the main dwelling. We do have a landscape plan that's been developed primarily in response to some of the board's comments about the desired screening along the front of the property. But we do have a landscape plan. This does fall into that. So it is technically a second dwelling because we do have a bedroom, but it is intended to be a smaller accent structure, if you will, located behind the house. All of the details match the main dwelling. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So Matt, refresh my memory. So you're saying that your other stuff is being reviewed for the second time under old business later?
Correct.
Okay, so that's already been reviewed. And now we have this, which is new. Okay, thank you. That does kind of beg the question. Hang on, just bear with me just a second here, folks. Because
It's the sitting group, Mr. Chair.
oh, it is?
I believe so.
That's exactly what I was hoping.
And may I ask through you, just maybe to shorten it up, could we, Matt, if through you, Mr. Chair, if the applicant's agent is amenable, that we would hold this and pick it up when we look at the house, just because we're going to want to reference that.
You know, I would love that. No, not just to push it off, but so that we can be reviewing all this stuff together, because right now it seems a little fragmented to me.
Yeah.
Are you amenable to that?
Yeah, if that would please the board, Mr. Chair, I would.
Listen, I just think that it would go a lot more smoothly if we had the whole package sort of being reviewed at the same time, honestly.
Sure, I'm okay with that. Happy to hold it.
So then I would be looking for a motion for one of the sitting members on this, one of the sitting members on the old business applications. Motion to hold 11 and 12 to be reviewed with the old business applications for the same property.
So move.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Abby?
Aye.
Thank you, Val. Thank you, Stephen.
Aye, and thank you, Matt.
Yep, no problem.
And Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So that means that 11 and 12 we heard a little bit later, hopefully. And now we're on to the last of Matt's new business applications, which is 24 Bartlett Farm Road auxiliary structure.
Mm.
Okay.
Val's favorite.
What?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take my 5-minute break right now.
Are you, Val?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll just have Jesse and Steven sit on this. Okay? Okay. Matt?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is an application for an outbuilding at the back of the property. And I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a one-story structure. We have ground cover available. So instead of it being an open structure, open air structure, we've enclosed it and have some, retractable doors for when it wants to be used. So all the details match the main house. Color scheme is gray trim, gray sash, and natural cedar sidewall and roof shingles. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does that blank north elevation face the property line?
Yes.
And it does not face one of the two roads, right? It's inland. It's sort of facing a neighbor.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Okay, board members.
No comment. I'm fine with it.
You're okay with it? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, Abby. How about you, Diane?
What are the 3 doors on the south elevation
Those are doors.
going into, this is a guest cottage, right?
No, Diane, it's basically it's an outbuilding adjacent to the pool. It's got a half bath inside of it and a small wet bar.
All right, because I thought it was classified as a new auxiliary structure.
Yeah.
So, but it is where somebody's going to be as a guest thing. Otherwise, why do you need 3 doors?
Well, it's not a guest house per se. It has a bathroom in it, I think. But yeah, it has a powder room in it and a little kitchenette, but it's not really a living space.
A little kitchenette.
Yeah.
Yep. Like a wet bar for beverages, drinks, things like that, and then a bathroom for the pool. And you can see the plan.
Sorry.
I just wondered because it's basically on the side of the property, not in the rear. Basically, Moxie Pond there is the west, and so this is on the east side, not the rear. Just so that people know what you're going to see as you drive by.
Okay. Is that it, Diane?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
I'm good with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Abby?
Aye.
Okay, good. And Stephen?
Matt, those casement windows won't be viewable from the street, so we'll let them slide this time.
They could be fixed too.
They're fine. They're fine.
Okay. So it sounds like everybody's okay with this. Can I have a
No,
motion?
motion to approve.
All right, thank you, Abby. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Jesse?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Great. Abby?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Very good. All right, so Matt, we'll see you in a short while, I hope.
I hope so as well.
Yeah, we're all hoping and hoping. Okay, next up, 69 Cliff Road. Is Ethan around?
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi, Ethan.
Hey, is Val still absent?
With leave.
Yes, she is absent with leave. Okay, so again, this board will be basically both Jesse and Stephen. Okay, stop. I just want to see where this is. Okay. North Star, Cliff Road, Captain's Lane. Yeah, okay, got it. All right. Oh, are you renovating this building?
No, all that's being proposed. So this application was in front of the board in early May to reconstruct the roof walk. The railings had kind of basically disintegrated. And then we also wanted to fix the issue with the trim wrapping the posts and add a skirt. At the meeting, the only issue the board had, in fact, I think it was only one person, was whether the skirt was going to be natural to weather or painted. We had proposed it painted. All the board members didn't have an issue with painting it except for one, and that person wound up not voting for it anyways. So we're back to propose that the skirt revert to painted. There's a bunch of roof walks, there's probably 20 visible from that roof walk, and only 2 of them have natural skirts. And honestly, it looks a little weird, and the owner would just prefer at the end of the day to have it painted.
Wait, let's break down that statement for a moment, Ethan.
Sure.
It looks a little weird, meaning it looks a little weird painted?
No, it looks a little sort of odd to have the natural skirt and everything else painted. So currently the roof walk, as it was proposed originally, was painted skirt, painted rails, balusters, trim. The board went back and forth wondering if maybe it should be natural to weather, camp, all of our...
So this is clearly painted white.
Correct, yep.
Okay.
So we'd just like the skirt to go back to white, essentially.
I understand. Okay. So everybody must get this one. So let's see. Abby.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
I'm good with it as well.
Okay, Stephen?
I'm a no.
You're a no, okay. You must have been the no the first time around.
Very likely.
Let's see, Diane.
What's the color of the rest of the trim of the rest of the house?
White trim, white sash.
Oh, okay. And this is his first time with a skirt, right?
Correct.
I don't know. I guess it's too late to stop the stuff, so I would go aye.
Yeah, that's sort of the way I feel about it. I definitely prefer to have a natural skirt, but look, I'm not gonna, there are so many around. I don't want to get into that whole thing because I know that Ethan has a ton of photographs of all these white skirted roof walks, but I think it's okay. It's just paint. That's the way I look at it. Can we have a motion on this one?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Abby. On that motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
I'm a no.
Okay, Abby.
Aye.
All right, and the chair's in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
There you go, Ethan.
Have a great evening. Appreciate it.
Thanks, you too. All right. Oh, here we are at the Botticelli and Pole Hour. Hopefully Lisa's someplace out there.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to mute and hopefully Diane will be able to chair for me. I'm sure she will.
Ray, this is probably my last one, as I'm gonna cut out to a big
Okay, that's
party.
great. Well, we're basically at the end of our new business, which I feel good about. But thank you. Happy birthday.
To
Merci
you.
beaucoup.
Happy birthday.
We'll all celebrate soon.
Just don't be blowing out.
Celebrate.
Yeah, don't blow out any candles. So this is, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay. This is
Go
a
ahead.
guest house for an application where we already submitted and it got the house and the garage approved. And I did send Holly before I was told to send everything together. I did, Holly, send you an elevation that shows this building with the other two buildings, if that's helpful to the board, but I sent it in a separate email.
Okay, when did you send it? Because I
sent it before the last meeting because it was supposed to be heard a week ago, and then it got pushed to Thursday.
Okay. I'll have to look. I wasn't at the last meeting. I was actually.
Okay, so I sent it to Kathy and you. Okay. But anyway, I think it's a pretty simple building. The north elevation faces the road. The west faces into the property with the front door. The end with the sunroom faces south, and then obviously the east faces the side yard.
Where's Diane? Is she-
Did you put up, right here, did you put up a site plan, Lisa?
I think Holly's, so it's this one in the bottom left. And the house and the garage were already approved.
Right, I know that. I just wanted to get it square on 15 Massaquit.
Yeah.
So there's, which is street road is Massaquit,
It is on the bottom,
where the
bottom of the site.
Okay, where the driveway runs out?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, that's it. Then let's start with Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't have, noting that this area is fairly well treed, and first of all, I think it's a nice design. You could maybe squabble over some spacing of windows on the what looks like it almost was from the west elevation, the 4 gang windows. But I don't think anything is going to be visible. So other than the second floor, and I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. So that is Abby is, are you back, Val?
Yeah, I love it.
All right, thank you, Abby. And Val, you got anything to say?
No, I think it's appropriate and cute, and the south is what faces, I believe, the street, so.
No, actually, Val's the north.
Oh,
So-
really?
What did she say?
The property.
Oh, okay. I'm fine with it.
All right, so can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right. I'll
You
start.
don't want to stay for one
Val.
more, Abby?
I'm pretty sure.
I'll have a toast for you later.
For the motion?
The motion was to approve as submitted.
Right, so Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and me, I'm an aye. So that,
Thank you.
okay, and the next one is 19 Lincoln.
Yes.
This is
and
taking away the,
Yeah, I was going to say this
Roof
might be
walk.
one of the only removal of roof walk applications. This is a house that you'll see Ray and I did a long, long time ago. It's hand drawn back in the old days. That's not 19, sorry. That's the bottom picture with the octagon is 17. I'm not sure why that's in there. That's incorrect. But anyway, this is a building. They have a roof walk. They never use it. They're redoing the roof. It causes a lot of leakage and they would like to remove it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Madam Chair, there are comments from HSAB.
Okay, Holly.
Okay. Although the structure is not historic, the facade looks a little odd and funny without the roof walk due to the length of the ridge in the facade overall. And that was a agreed comment by both staff and HSAB.
Okay, so that is, has they got anything else except for the roof walk?
That's
Or
all we're
that's it?
asking for.
Okay, so I'll start. Did, Abby must have gone. I'll start with Valerie.
I didn't have a problem with it.
Okay, taking it away. Jesse,
I don't either. I think it's fine.
yes? Okay, Stephen?
Yeah, one moment.
Say that again.
I got Lisa, if I may, through Madam Chair, the chimney doesn't show up in the south elevation.
You're right,
No.
yeah,
With the widow's walk removed,
right,
with the roof walk removed.
right.
I'm actually
It
asking.
will be there because the roof walk is probably blocking it.
Right, so I mean, I think that kind of addresses the concern if there's nothing breaking up that long ridge, but I'm fine with it.
There's also, yeah, a chimney that should be showing up because if you look at the existing north, there's a chimney.
Yeah, so I was just thinking that's gonna be there.
Yeah, that's right. I can correct those drawings.
Thank you.
Right. So, and I think it will work out well. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
All righty. Stephen,
Can we have the drawings revised through staff?
Yes, with that caveat.
Thank you. Aye.
all right. Jesse,
Aye.
and I am an I, and Val.
I'm in favor of my motion.
Good. All right, that is,
Thank you, guys. See you in a little
Thanks,
bit.
Lisa.
thank you, Lisa.
Okay, thank you all very much. We just finished the new business. Now we're on to old business. First item of which is 17 Darramore.
Who is doing that?
Okay, so while we're getting things up on the screen, the board on this at the moment is myself, Diane, Val, and Stephen. Okay? All right. And oh, by the way, do we have a representative for this?
Yes, good evening. Tim Holmes with Sunwind.
Hi, Tim, thanks. Okay.
So the revision that we're proposing is on this south-facing facade, which can be seen from the street, to apply the solar skin. It's a new product that goes on similar to a screensaver. I had a panel in the office for about a week or so to give the board members a chance to take a look at it.
Tim. without seeing it, and I don't know if I saw it, I'm gonna struggle with this.
Yeah, there's a couple pictures of the product coming up down a little
Because
further.
I think somebody else proposed a similar thing over in Dennis Drive, and it was not good. What it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they had the same
Yes.
the same examples.
Yeah.
Well, that was my first shot. Uh, I'm trying to offer innovative solutions to these problems. My second option would be to default to our previous conversation, which was to take the solar panels off of that south-facing elevation where the chimney is, where it can be seen from the street, and to put them on the rear of the garage, which is east-facing. Would be I'm actually where that cursor is, just a little bit further north into the west, the back of the garage. Yep, correct. A little further higher, a little north on that arrow still. The east, yeah, there it is. Yep, that pretty much both sides of that valley, the east facing roof is where we would put the panels. We'll fit as many as we can over there rather than on the south side facing the street.
Well, the unfortunate thing is that the garage roof faces the street as well.
We'd be on the back side of the garage roof.
Yeah,
I thought you just said both sides.
No, just the back side, Val.
Okay.
So Val, looking at this, right? You
Yeah.
see where the street is on the far left.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know this house. I drew the plan.
Oh, okay. So I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong here. I believe, Tim, what you're suggesting is all of those panels on the south facing side of the main roof, which are around the chimney.
Correct.
Go to A, the shed, which is to the right of that, and B, to the east facing side of the gable, i.e. away from Darrymore Road. Isn't that the proposal?
Yeah, for the most part. Primarily, they would be on the east-facing gable, not so much on the shed. That shed roof is pretty low. It does get quite a bit of shade. We may put a few on that shed roof, but primarily on just the east-facing gable, back of the garage, facing away from the road.
Okay, so I think what's happening here is you were proposing the idea of using these sort of rendered shingles as an alternative. We have reviewed those before.
Okay.
And it's really kind of not, there's so much about them that we find have objection to. So I think if we take that off the table, but I do want to pull my board on this. If we take that off of the table, I think we'd be looking at a revision that would show removal of those panels off of the south side of the main gable. But
correct. Yep.
But
we could do that through staff.
well, okay, but let's just make sure that everybody's okay with that. So again, the board sitting on this is myself, Diane, Val, and Stephen. So I would like to hear from everyone on this. So Val, you seem to be okay with this, right?
I like this solution better than having it on the main gable facing the street. Yes.
Totally agree. Okay, so Diane, where are you on this?
I would go along with it, but I want to be sure that the solar panels are put on as evenly as possible, because I don't know, when we looked at it, the house wasn't visible from this direction, but between Darrymore and the new alley and all that stuff, it gets to be a little questionable. So I would go with what he's proposing, but just make sure that they're neatly up there, not gapped around make the triangle as best as you can.
Well, just to that point, the problem is you do have like these 45-degree angles that occur when you have a valley, and the panels are square. So whenever you have a valley situation like we do here, it's inevitably going to step. So that's all I'll say on that.
Sure, and I'll just, if I can add to that, Ray, the best that we could probably do is if we, if we can tweak the layout to the best of our ability, we could put the top, and if it's up to you, you let me know how you feel about this. If the top row is in portrait and the row below, let's say we put in landscape, to make those triangles a little smaller, if that is,
That's a good
an
idea.
option. Okay.
Well, yeah, that's a really good idea.
Okay.
Okay, Diane, thank you. How about you, Stephen?
Yeah, I have some concerns about this because as you go around the curve on Darrymore back towards North Liberty, basically what happens is if you look at the image that's on the screen now, the visual block from the Darrymore side, the road you can't see, is a choke cherry in the neighbor's yard. And it's not in a great state. It looks like it's pretty much towards the end of its useful life. So my concern is that the visual screening will be eliminated, and there's no control of this applicant to preserve it. And then in relation, the idea is that this area will become solar, and I'm just concerned about a slippery slope.
Hey, Stephen.
Yeah.
The choke cherry that you're talking about is on basically the bottom south side of this screen?
Yes.
Yes. So he's talking about removing those panels. You know that, right?
Yeah. So I was looking at, if you're looking at what's on the screen now, at the bottom of the screen, they're basically, so the panels that are, I'm going to try this one more time.
You were doing okay.
These panels, can you see that scribble?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those panels are going to be visible from this direction once this tree dies out. And this tree is on the neighbors.
Okay.
So it's just a concern. But I'm only one vote here.
Okay. Well, there's only 4 people voting on this. So thank you, Stephen. Gosh.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just, if I may, I think the alternative may be that it is, there is a notation in the approval, perhaps as a condition, that if the visibility provided by the neighbor's tree is eliminated, that these folks would plant some, they could plant like a hornbeam or something that's a fastigiata. It's a columnar type of a tree that will get 20 or more feet, 25 feet tall. They could just put it right in place there.
Okay. Well, that's a creative solution, and I appreciate that. Okay. So look, I'd love to get this to work if we could. Does anyone care to make a motion on this one?
Oh.
The motion can be anything. We don't necessarily need to approve, but maybe we request revisions or something.
I would motion to approve removing the south-facing panels on the main gable.
Yes.
And that placing the extra panels on the east-facing side, which is away from the street, based on the visibility that's there now. And being mindful if the visibility changes because the plants die, that somebody will do something to correct that.
Well, the owner being the
Right.
son. Yeah.
My friend Lisa.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good motion. I'm going to put that motion to a vote. Diane.
Yeah,
Yeah, with a clear statement that the vegetation will be maintained, the hiding vegetation will be maintained in perpetuity.
Well, so Val's motion is sort of kind of doing that because right now the vegetation that's there is on the neighbor's property. So if the neighbor's
I know
vegetation,
that.
yes, so if the neighbor's vegetation disappears, it would be incumbent on the applicant.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
To put vegetation.
Correct. So Val's motion covers that.
Okay.
You okay with that, Diane?
Yeah, I just wanted to make it more definite. I was following her motion, but just making the vegetation more definite, that's all.
So how would you make it more definite by saying that in perpetuity, the vegetation would be maintained?
Yes.
So Val, you okay with revising your motion slightly?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the revised motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Carries. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we're on to another solar project, which is at 5 New Lane. And the board, let's see here. Oh, same board. Yeah, same board. Okay. New Lane. Yes, I recall this one. So Karen, where did we leave off with this?
Okay, so there's, we proposed solar panels on 3 parts of this house, and 2 of them are completely not visible. If you scroll down a little bit more, you see the different spots. Okay, that's a good frame to stop at. So the panels on the rear dormer and the north side of that small 1-story addition in the back are not visible, but the ones on the south side are slightly visible with in one little window, but there is a tree that blocks most of it. The commissioners were concerned about that being deciduous and leaving the leaves going. And so we came up with a solution of planting a single large tree closer to the building, and that would completely block everything or that south facing roof from the road. And I think,
do we have a plan of that?
yeah, I did submit a plan of that. It doesn't, maybe it's here. There, I submitted it and it was, Kathy put it on, it's not in this document though. Oh, that's it, landscape plan. If you scroll down on that. Okay, so there's several frames of this, but that's where the tree would be. It would be evergreen, obviously, and here's another view of it. Now, see, that's just a 1-story behind it, so you can't even see that little roof. The other thing that, and I didn't put in this plan, but you were concerned about part of the roof in the north and the south showing a contrast, and I can put another panel on each one and completely cover it. Again, you won't be able to see them, so I don't know if it's a concern or not, but we're happy to do that.
Are those panels on the dormer? It must be.
Well, there are panels on the dormer that you're looking at the side right now on the right. Right. They will be that. And then there will be panels behind that tree, but it's only a very small 1-story little bump out. So it would be covered.
Okay, but the dormers that are facing, I guess the orientation would be east are on the dormer.
Right. Away from the road, back dormer. There's nothing in the front of the house.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Board members, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think subject to that tree going in, it's taller than smaller, that this tracks exactly the previous application. So I would be okay with it. Noting that the panels are on secondary mass at the rear of the structure.
Okay, thank you. Val.
My only question is, what is the color of the roof? It seems lighter than black.
It is.
It's a gray roof. We're covering it completely, and you won't see it. You won't see the roof planes that have the solar panels on them.
Okay, if we can't see it, you know me, I'll hold you to it.
All right, Val, thank you. Diane.
She's muted.
Diane is muted. I'm going to ask to unmute. There we go.
There, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I think it will work that way with the dormer on the right. I guess it faces, what did we say? East, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm for that.
Okay. Great. Okay, so I think we can move this along if I get a motion.
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, including the introduction of a evergreen tree.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was included in the.
It actually was,
no.
but I just wanted to make sure that was in there. Okay, so on that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Great, chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, 42 Dukes Road. I think I saw Bill McGuire in the queue.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, so, I'm sorry. So this one's over to Diane. I don't sit on this one. So I'll be quiet for a little while.
Oh, all right. Here we are. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, here. 1, 2, 3. You don't sit on 42 Dukes Road? I do. Okay, Bill. What to do?
Okay, if you can go to the photographs, what we did was we brought in some temporary trees to show what would happen once they were planted out. We also were able to reduce the height of that wall from 6 feet to 5 feet tall.
There's only 4 pages in this PDF. Was there another PDF?
No, there aren't any photos of the trees.
No, sir.
Well, I know we sent them in, but okay, if we go to the site plan, please. There we go. And then, I don't know, can you zoom in on that circle? Okay, so you can see there, what we've done is we've taken the Rose of Sharon, which is out at the street, and run it across the bottom of the driveway, and then ran it behind that entry area so that it's like a double coverage of the Rose of Sharon. which the ones on the street are about 12 feet tall. And so having that Z-shaped entrance into there that's going to mitigate any view of that 5 foot stone wall, the retaining wall for the swimming pool.
Okay. Does everybody understand that?
Yeah,
No.
I have a question though.
Steven.
Yes, Steve.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Holly, I don't know if you can do that, but if you could zoom out slightly and then bring the lower north elevation into focus too. So it might be too small to be practical. Yeah. Yeah, one more. Yeah, it's going to be too small to be practical. So Bill, where I'm at with this is I'm having a problem reconciling the plan you've shown, which by the way, I appreciate the changes. But what I'm not seeing what's in plan represented in the north elevation. And in fact, I'm seeing some things that are incongruent with, so if you look at the north elevation below, Holly, the next sheet down and to the left. Yeah, I'm not seeing the, what looks like a column to the left of the gate.
Well, that's just the representation of the wall with the stairs. So there would be plantings that would not only cover that little column of wall. The plantings are in front of that, and then again 4 feet in front of those plantings. So it's like a double planting.
Yeah, but if you look at the plan, you shouldn't see even the gate. And then if you look at the plan where the Rose of Sharon is adjacent to the stairs, there's no stone visible, if I'm understanding this correctly. So I'm just a little bit confused. The other thing I would like to ask is that on the north, so I'd like to ask for two things for me to be okay with this. I think that this will work, but I would like to have the north elevation represent with an outline where the Rose of Sharon will be in the elevation. And I would like to have the house outline dashed in on the north elevation also to represent what portion of everything you see behind this being the existing shed and the open structure are actually obstructed by the existing home.
Okay.
I think that would be
go back down to the, I'm sorry, could we go to the site plan just so I can make sure? So yeah, if you can zoom in again to that circle. Okay, you see where the gate is?
Mm-hmm.
So that bit of this, the wall is where the steps start. So that was the edge of that wall.
Okay, and then I'll be real quick, Madam Chair. If you look at the relative width of the stair versus that wall being the wall that is perpendicular to the existing shed towards the gate, and then you look at the elevation, the width of the wall shown in the plan relative to the stair is thinner. It appears to be thinner than the width of the wall shown in the north elevation. So that's where I was having some problems reconciling those two.
Okay, because they should both be 1'4".
One of them actually, it's interesting, one of them actually in the north elevation, it appears as though the wall actually comes into what would be the stair area left to right. So I'd just like to get that clarified, and I think it would be helpful if you put the Rose of Sharon and the dash line of the house on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Is Jesse here? Jesse?
I am, but I'm not on this.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you recused none. Okay, Val.
I agree with Steve. If it's just a little more clarified, we'll be okay with it.
Okay, so would you like to have a revision or
think
more information?
I would ask that we just get minor revisions, and if they want to be on the agenda at the next meeting, subject to meeting staff deadlines, I'm fine with that.
Okay, that sounds good. Val,
So, oops, sorry, go ahead.
that's all right. Valerie,
Yeah,
so that's a motion being made.
oh, okay, aye, sorry.
That's all right. Steve,
I'm an aye.
you're an aye. And I'm an aye too. Two meaning also.
Does Bill understand what we need?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask it, but is this for staff approval or through staff or come back for another meeting?
Bill, the motion actually would be to come back at the next meeting. So as soon as you can get this in, you turn it around and you'd be on the agenda for the next development meeting. Just given the amount of stone that's there, I just feel it's a sensitive topic. So I'd like to see the final drawing.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, Ray.
Okay, thanks. Okay, next up, 137 Hummock Pond Road. Brooke, there you go.
Hello.
Brooke. Your board on this, Brooke, is Abby's gone. Birthday girl is gone. So it's going to be myself, Diane, Val, and Stephen. Okay. All right, let's go.
So the prior meeting, there was a discussion about the.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're sort of waiting for the visuals to come up.
Oh, okay.
Hang on just a sec.
Should I?
I apologize. I'm trying to find them. My apologies.
I didn't see it in the online, not your online, Holly, our online on the site.
Okay, that's why I don't have them.
I can share my screen. I have it here.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Next time I'll try and shoot you an email. Sorry, Holly.
That's okay.
I try to look at it.
I appreciate that.
All right. Can you see this?
No, we can see you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So what are we reviewing?
The last meeting, at least the way I understood it, there was a discussion about pushing the building further back and then shifting it over to the southwest property line. Not so much that it crowds the property line. That was a concern that Mr. Welch had raised. And also dropping the height of the building, which I did do. I changed the roof pitch from a 10 to a 9 pitch, and see that changed. Excuse me. That dropped the height about almost more than a foot. It looks like it was 28 feet, and now it's basically 27 or 26 feet 8 inches. So this is the new front elevation with the heights all dropped. This is the new East elevation, again, 9 pitch. And then, oops, that's the old, it's the original elevations or the original application. And here's the back.
Hey,
Again,
Brooke,
yes.
did you, in addition to changing the main roof pitch, did you also change the pitch of the dormers?
I did.
Is there any reason you did that?
It was so that they would work well with the angle of the roof.
All right.
I think if they were originally 6 pitch, I believe. Yeah, 6. And it would have, I think it would have climbed too far up the, it would have, you know, done one of these things.
Oh. Fair enough. Okay.
So I didn't think it looked that good. Plus this little mass right here,
That would never make it. Yeah.
it would run right by it.
Yeah, it would overshoot it. Okay. So moving the building further away from the open drive and dropping the pitch, those are the two things.
Yes, yep, those are the primary concerns. There was also a concern about, you know, seeing the back building. My client wants to screen it out. We can run that screening all the way over here so that it just feels, you know, so you're not going to be able to see these two buildings at the same time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Brooke. Let me open it up to the board. Okay, Diane? You muted? I bet. Oh, Diane is muted. Yes. Let's see.
I'm okay. I just trying to get a picture of the moving of that building. And spreading it around. Catch somebody else and let me look at it a little bit more, okay?
Yeah, sure. Of course, Diane. I'll come back to you. Val.
I'm fine with the changes. Thank you, Brooke.
Okay. Thanks, Val.
Thank you, Val.
How about you, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
All right.
I appreciate the changes, Brooke.
Thank you.
Okay, so Diane, it is down to you now.
Oh, that's all right. I just having a little confusion here in my office. That's what. No, I am good with it too. I think that's answered our question.
Okay. And I'm okay with it too. So we have liftoff. If
Right.
somebody would care to make a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Very good. Thank you, Val. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now I'm going to mute for another little moment, assuming Lisa's on, because the next one's us. Thanks, Diane. I'm muting now.
121 Nantucket Road.
Hello,
Hello.
I am back.
Yes. So what?
So I'm sure you guys remember this application. Let's see, so who's sitting? Let's see, I have Camp, who's gone, Oliver, Welsh, Dutra, and Coombs.
Right.
So this was adding the roof walk to 121 Nantucket Road. And I just to refresh your memory, we went through a lot of photos and such at the last meeting. And at the very end, we arrived at, I believe we arrived at, and I have the minutes here that said, there are 4 roof options on the table. He would like to limit the direction of the options. Option A is not provable. Options C and D are both acceptable. One of them was to have the one chimney as we've shown here. And I believe the other one was no chimneys, which we didn't show because we felt like it was, you were able to discern that. So that's what we did. We basically took the new roof walk size, the details, which is the shingle skirt that we discussed the last time, and we have shown the chimneys changing from the 2 chimneys that were previously approved, but not with the roof walk, and reduced it down to 1 chimney and moved it to the outer edge so that the mass isn't continuous.
All right, let me just check on the thing. The roof walk itself has been approved, right?
No, the roof walk was not
No.
approved. What was
Okay.
approved was the previous submission shows 2 chimneys that
Yeah.
bracket the roof walk. Those have been approved.
All right, but not the
roof
roof
walk
walk.
was not approved, but we've come back with a bunch of changes to lower its profile on the roof itself, and to shingle the skirt. And then most recently, based on meetings from comments from last week's meeting, to change the chimney, the chimneys from the one on either side of the roof walk to just 1 at the gable end.
Right, okay. So, Val, we begin with you.
I'm looking on my computer to see if I can see it better.
The other thing that I want to mention is we had showed a berm with I think some oh my God, I'm going to forget the name of the Leland cypress, and there was concern about that vegetation. So we've decided to make that more naturalized, which was one of the concerns, the berm down in the southeast corner was going to become more naturalized and not just with Leland cypress.
Where was that, Lisa? On which
southwest
side?
corner. It's on the Cliff Road side.
I think that was my only concern, was more the Cliff Road side rather than the Nantucket side. So
sorry, it's on the Nantucket Road side. Is the berm, but
and it's natural to weather.
It's all natural to weather, including the skirt.
Okay.
And then there was
I do think that you need to keep a chimney, so I like the one that's here. Or is that getting removed completely? Remove 1 chimney. No, like you have it. Yeah.
2 chimneys were previously approved, bracketing the roof walk, so now we're suggesting just going to 1.
Yeah, I think that's simpler. Yep. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, Stephen?
Yeah, I appreciate, I think that the single chimney is more appropriate. The fact that this is going to be natural to weather, I think, is a big difference. I think I previously stated my big concern was the house on the hill. I think the roof walk is not an issue. Thank you, Madam Chair. I should say in context of other roof walks in the general area.
And
Thank you.
I like to check, there's not any on the Nantucket Road. I go for the chimney. I cannot go for the roof walk. That's all. But anyway, can I get a motion?
I motion to approve as submitted, Madam Chair.
All right, with the 1 chimney or the 2?
With the 1, as she's proposing
right.
now, with the
Thank you.
minimal shingled skirt that will blend in with the wood roof and natural to weather.
Right, okay. Steve?
Aye.
Okay. I'm a no, but that's 2 to 1, so that passes. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're on a roll
Thank
now,
you.
people.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you. All right, 6 Blueberry. Board, myself, Diane, Val, Stephen. Okay,
Yep. Is Tim still here?
Yes, I am. Tim Holmes here with Sunwind to represent.
Very good. Thank you. So Tim, your information's up. Tell us where we are.
Yep, this one was held for a view. In the application, there were some pictures from the driveway and from the road to show pretty much no visibility. The house can't really be seen from the street, so it was held for a view.
I concur. I think when everything is said and done over there, it's going to be very minimal. So I'm okay with this.
Thank you, Val. Stephen?
Yeah, my concerns were that it is on a primary structure on the front. However, the front of the structure does not face the street. And I did contact the applicant to determine that they are planning to preserve what is a pretty dense visual buffer. So I'm fine with it.
Okay, great. Diane?
I go along with it. I think there's one question which, from working the post office and having my grandson live there, that part of Blueberry is not public street. I think when it gets down to Field Avenue, it becomes an old driveway that turned into a street sort of. But anyway, I don't think you're going to be able to see it. The vegetation is high and abundant in that area.
Okay. Well, sounds like we might have an approval on hand. Can somebody make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, so Val got that one. On Val's motion, Steve.
Wait, I want to add one thing. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Motion to approve with screening in perpetuity.
Okay, fair enough. So that is the motion. On that motion, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Next up, 31 Washing Pond Road. Oh, yeah. Do we have Lindsay?
Hi there.
All right. So same board, myself, Diane, Abby's not with us anymore. It's her birthday, Val, and Stephen. Okay, this was all about screening, as I recall, and whether the screening was on public property or private property.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. So it's definitely on their property. We confirmed it. And then I think there was another comment that the screening be more naturalized. So in the revised one, I think right now you're looking at the original submission. I think further up was the revised one, but in the revised one, we
further up. Yeah.
Well, now scroll down more.
Scroll down, Holly. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
I think you've pulled up the original one. Alicia submitted the revised one with what we did was we adjusted the screening so that it would reflect more naturalized screening of a mix of cryptomerias, cedars, viburnums, just to fill in any gaps if there were any. You know, if everyone went for a view, it's pretty dense along that Old Harbor Road, but we would obviously, as we've noted on the plan, submit that, you know, should there be any additional screening to screen it in perpetuity, that it would be naturalized screening.
But do we have a document that we can access that has the revised?
Holly, do you want me to forward this to you real quick?
That would be good.
Yeah, I can only go by, you know, if it's, sorry, I'm going by what was posted, so.
Lindsay, when was it emailed to us?
It was emailed back, I want to say Hold on, let me just find my, I think it was back on the 2nd of September.
2nd of September?
Yeah, September 2nd. Or maybe that was the meeting date here. I'm just gonna forward this to you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, it was back at 11:29 on September 22nd. So let me just forward it to you.
Look, while we're
What
waiting,
did I put it to? HDC submissions?
No, send it to Holly Backus, HB. Holly Backus.
What's your, how do you spell your email?
You can just do H Backus at Nantucket-ma.gov.
Okay, so while that information is coming through, I'd like to just ask the board members in concept if this is a solution that's viable. So
Yes.
thank you, Val. Okay, Stephen?
Subject to, could we put up the site plan?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter which one.
You were concerned about this idea of where the property line was and whether
Yeah. And it was late and I needed a Snickers, but all that aside, if we zoom in through you, Mr. Chair, Holly, if you can zoom in on the nice green evergreens that have been put in there. What I would
change, but yeah.
Yeah, right towards the bottom.
The L-shaped thing, there you go.
Yeah, so what I would ask is, with the understanding that these are labeled screening at road as necessary, just extend those up to the left, towards the north, to the corner of the house. And if you don't need them, you don't put them in. But if you need them, we have a plan that says that's where they're required.
That's on the plan that I just emailed to Holly. We extended it all the way, and then we actually extended it all the way by the garage, on the garage side too, just to be safe.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
But that's what Steven's after. So
See that yet, Holly?
What?
So
Got
maybe
it.
Holly, can you
What?
show it to them just so that they know?
Yep.
Diane.
I'm doing.
Perfect, thanks.
Yes. I think it can work. The only thing is, I'd just like to know what they're gonna put in. I don't want to see cypress.
No, it's
Cryptomeria was,
along.
go ahead.
It's Cryptomeria,
That's
Eastern
right, I
Red
just wanted
Cedars,
to
Viburnums, and
match
Bayberries.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. Thank you.
Okay. So I think this is as easy as verifying that the drawing in fact reflects what we're all imagining in concept. Okay?
Yeah, it should be on.
Well, I'll make a
it
motion
should be
to approve the vegetative fence that starts at the beginning there and goes all the way up to the left, as thickness as needed.
Yeah, to the end of the house. That's right. To the
You all
southern-
see that?
No.
You don't see that?
Oh,
No.
we got
it's
your
not on, I
email,
think,
Holly.
yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I see you.
We see you.
All right, guys, here it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Sorry?
Motion to approve
Yeah,
as submitted.
Okay, got it. All right, on Stephen's motion. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
I thought it was my motion.
Sorry, Diane.
Stephen made a motion to approve as submitted, which is the drawing that just came up.
Well, I made a motion beforehand, doing it with the vegetation going all the way to the left. That's all. I don't
Okay,
care.
so essentially, okay, so let's accept it as your motion then. So are you okay with it as drawn, what you see on the screen right
Yeah.
now? Okay, so
Yes.
on Diane's motion, Stephen,
Aye, with thanks to Lindsay.
very good. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. And I'm in favor, so motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Next up, 23 Massaquit. We have basically the same board on most of these, I believe. This is myself, Diane, Val, and Stephen. Okay. Do we have somebody who's representing this at the moment?
I'm sorry, I'm here, Steve Morrell.
Okay, great. Thank you. Where do we leave off?
So at the last meeting, there was a lot of concern about the east elevation. It was a two-story piece of the house that had a ridge that was deemed a little bit too long and something needed to be done to break it up. That was majority of the comments were on what we could do about that east elevation.
It's looking familiar to me now. All right, so I see. Okay, we have the old proposed north, that's what we reviewed before, and the new one. It looks to me like you dropped the plate on your addition. So, that
so I can just a little bit of background of where we got to where we are now. In order to respond to the comments before where maybe the building was too tall, we had one comment was saying that to make this all 2 stories and make it too boxy was not great for the area. So we no longer have a 2nd story on this new addition part of the house. So in the process of doing that, we enlarged the basement. So the existing garage that was there has been demolished, and a new one has been placed that's a little bit deeper than the one before, but it's the same profile it was at before, but it is a little bit lower. And that's to respond to what you just picked up on the north elevation.
okay, so there is a 2nd story, it's just lower, right?
On the addition part, all the new work, there's no 2nd story on the new work. There are some cathedral ceilings to offer a second window, but there's no 2nd story.
Okay.
And yeah, the east elevation.
Yeah.
You're looking at there, it's a really bad, consequence of the drawing convention where you have all of these gables. So I would kind of request that you view this in the renderings that are on the earlier part, so you can kind of see how these gables kind of don't stack the way that they're showing on this east elevation. It's unfortunate.
I think we sort of get that concept, yeah. But certainly it's a lot better than what you brought in the last time, no question. Is that it?
I believe so, yeah. So it's the same program that was before. There's no, like I said, no 2nd floor. The rear has been reduced. The ridge has been reduced, and essentially the entire footprint of the project has been reduced.
Okay, thank you. Board members, let's see. Diane, you want to start?
Sure. My question is the front door on the new proposal of the north, is that it?
The front door is on the north, yes. It's an existing door where it's part of the existing house that's not being renovated.
Right, I would just like to see a little more trim around it to say this is the front door. It's very simple and it fits in. It doesn't have to be fancy or have side glasses, but it needs some more trim around it to say, I think, to say that it's the front door. Other than that, I don't have a problem with that. That window is gone. Can I go down to the other elevations? I'm stuck on the north one. Thank you. A little bit further.
Further, Diane?
Yes. I just wanted to see it. That's from what I can see, I can't get to the other elevations. and
Here
on
we
the
go.
north.
Here are the other ones. Here are the other ones. Keep in mind that the former one is the one on top and the new one is the one.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to just check it out. I'm not sure on the south elevation whether it's viewable. I'm not sure that I like the windows that are 4/9s or whatever you want to call them.
Do you mean the east elevation?
Yeah.
Okay, those are gone away now.
Oh, all right. Well, that's it. It's jumping around. My iPad is lousy, so I'll turn it over so we don't use up too much time.
Okay. Well, thank you, Diane. How about you, Val?
I like the changes, thank you. The only one I'm slightly concerned about is the presence of the screened-in porch with the deep pitch and the extra trim in the gable. If there was any way to sort of just soften that a little bit, maybe a lower pitch or a hip or something. Other than that, I just think it takes over unless it's just the way I'm looking at the rendering.
Oh, the rendering. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Because it is tall.
Right, and it's
got
the
a
same
10 and 12
pitch and
roof
it
pitch
just
over it.
has a big presence.
Yeah. That's a valid point. Thank you, Val. Stephen. You still with us, Stephen?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I was muted.
No, there you
Holly, if you wouldn't mind going back up to the perspective renderings, T2, lower left corner. And zooming in on the lower left corner image. Yeah. So I think that this is a rendering issue, but you see where your second gable facing what I believe is the south, there's a return at the, what would be a top plate fascia, right? No, one more over.
Going
towards the porch, one more gable.
Go to the right.
Yeah, no, slow down. Sorry, your circles are going fast. If, yeah, let's do it from the opposite way. If you're looking at the porch gable, go into the third gable where it meets the gable facing south that has a 9 light window.
Well, you're talking about the roof, right? As opposed to the windows, or?
Here. I don't know if it's going to show up.
Ah, there you go. Exactly.
Okay, so I didn't see this in the 2D elevation, so I just want to make sure what we're looking at. Otherwise, I agree with the comments, but to me, this is very atypical. I think it can be easily remedied. And Steve, if you wanted to comment that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I apologize. That is definitely a rendering issue. What you see on the elevation is what is consistent throughout the whole house, and that's the way that we would intend to go. This was definitely something that was missing in rendering.
Okay, thank you. I agree with the other comments that have been made. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. This actually underscores Val's comment and concern about the screen porch. So I would be in favor of reducing the roof pitch of that and or going to a hip in exactly the same way that Val had requested. How's that sound?
Mr. Chair, could I add one other comment?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, again, I'm looking at the rendering as opposed to maybe the 2D, but it seems like if this roof pitch were changed, the height of this plate that supports this roof plane, we could help simplify this area where there's a transition to eliminate one of the gables. Small cheek wall, which is basically the third gable height, seems very awkward. But again, you know what? This is not going to be visible. I retract the statement. Thank you.
Okay, because the remedy of that would have been to simply lift up that eave right there so that it was the same as the eave on the left-hand side of that gable, but
Yeah.
either way is fine with me. So what should we do with this? Because I'm basically of a mind to approve this just with the pitch of the screen porch dropping down to like a 7 and 12 or something like that and have it be a hip.
So moved through staff.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Stephen. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Great. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, that's that.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, 50 Dukes Road. Board. Yep, same board. We're totally on a roll here.
If we're nothing, we're consistent.
Yeah.
Oh, 50 Dukes. I thought we already approved this.
No, you had to do a view.
Oh, that was Julie. Hi, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. I think we were going to view it, and I made a few modifications to the plan. I narrowed down the driveway entrance, and I clearly marked all the wall heights.
Oh, yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
This is what you looked at the first time. This is not my revisions. Holly, do you have that?
Bear with me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Kathy, if you can hear me, we don't have the revisions for 50 Dukes up on the screen.
Do you want me to resend?
No, hang on. My battery's low.
Screen share.
But when did you send them?
I am looking. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm traveling, so I don't have my computer. I can't like bring that up right away.
Come on, Julie.
I'm sitting in a bed in a hotel room. Give me a break.
I hope you ordered room service.
You can't go into any common space without a mask. And I was like, it's weird to show up to HDC in a mask on a virtual meeting.
Yeah. True.
Let's see. HDC. All right. I sent it to submissions there.
Yes, I'm looking right now.
I just resent, so.
Okay, thanks.
And it might only be one of the drawings. Let's see. Share the other one. This is such an annoying waste of time. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's the whole Zoom thing. It's not you.
Okay, you should have both files now at HDC submissions.
Oh, it's in a Dropbox.
It is.
Hang on.
Okay, so I'll just, I narrowed down the driveway. And the only other thing I would suggest, I don't know, did anyone go view it? Are there any comments from the view?
Yeah, I think a lot of what we're having concern with, and it probably could be because it's all highlighted in orange, so it looks like a lot, is not going to be seen.
Correct.
Is what, Val?
I think when we first looked at this, there was a lot of stuff highlighted and it seemed overwhelming, but having gone and looked at it, a lot of this is not going to be seen.
So if you zoom in on the pool area, Holly or Kathy.
I'm still trying to,
That's it. So that's a much narrower driveway. That's 16 feet instead of the 20 some feet that I had on the first drawing. And then the highest wall on the project is the 3.5 foot wall between the pool deck that's labeled at 18.5 and the hedge above it, which is kind of, because the house is existing, you have to do that. But otherwise I've minimized every wall to under 3 feet.
Okay.
And the only thing I would say is that if there is concern about seeing it where I have the hedge labeled hedge, you can see that I have 10 feet of planting bed there. So I could thicken that up and I could add some additional shrubs and do that kind of through staff if you feel like that's a concern.
Let's see. So can we scroll up a little bit so that we can see there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Julie, I think that you submitted 2 of the same PDFs, but but I just emailed it to Holly, so she should get it any second.
Okay. Does anyone care to comment?
Mr. Chair?
Was that you, Stephen?
Yeah, please, through you.
Yeah.
Julie, it says it indicates a proposed new lot line. So this is what potentially a yard sale.
Yes, I think that's already gone through.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You want to continue, Stephen?
Yeah, I am. I appreciate the additional information. I did a view. I'm fine with the application as submitted.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Diane? Diane's muted. Let's see.
Yeah, I appreciate the entrance from Duke's Road into the house, making that entrance smaller. It makes the hiding of the, if we're going to the pool, much better. I don't know. I thought sometime last week or the week before, I asked for a thing of the houses going down the street, so we had some idea. I guess must have been for something else, but
I think it was
so much
for
work
something
along.
else.
Yeah, we've done much work along Duke's Road. It's hard to remember what it's going to look like, and Duke's Road used to be such a rural road. I just was hoping it would keep some of that feeling. Other than that,
Chair.
I appreciate what you've done.
Chair, may I comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Diane, the intention of the shrubbules, and while they look busy along Duke's Road, is that they will be bayberry and viburnum and kind of left to go natural so that it would keep that rural feel.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Julie.
Oh, good. Well, sure. Other than that, the driveway was a big thing, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thanks, Diane.
That's it.
All right. Thank you, Diane. Val?
I would motion to approve as submitted.
I think that's a good idea. So on that motion, Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Val?
I'm in favor of my motion.
Of course you are. And I'm in favor of your motion too. So the motion carries. There you go, Julie.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Bye.
Okay, next up we have Val Oliver. Is she on now?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Okay, good.
Hello.
So Val, you're down to a 3-person board here.
I think that's okay.
All right.
The changes that were discussed, I think have been made, so.
Okay.
As you know, this is the hydrangea lane development, which has very specific criteria, one being the main mass can't be over 25, and then 65% of the rest of the structure has to be under 22. I mean, it's like really complicated. But anyway, I did this little presentation, I think before as well, so you could have context in case it's not familiar in your brain. So this is a modular, Dreamline Modular is doing this project, and the comments were, first of all, the drawing seemed overly complicated because of all the surface materials and the shutters and the whole 9 yards. So I told them to simplify it. Shutters seem to be a sticking point, so we just removed them. He decided to put a little angle on the porch to sort of, I guess, soften the front facade. And the real sticking point, as I'm reading my notes here from what I wrote and then the typed minutes, was the dormers were up above the eave line, but flush at the same time, and those seemed out of proportion. So we've dropped them down. They're almost even with the eave line, the mid rail. John's not here, thank God. And the double windows, the ganged windows on the south have been made into singles. The rear elevation was very bland, as you can see. So we dropped the little living room mass slightly so that there could be a 6-light window in the gable just to add another piece of fenestration. And then on the, what is it? East, west?
If I could scroll down.
The north, the same application where the dormer got dropped down and the 2 ganged windows became single windows. Now, I know the pitch was of a concern. However, we're kind of stuck with the double box system and the height restriction. So we're hoping that, as someone said earlier, on the flat, they look one way, but in reality, when it's built, I don't think it's a 7 pitch, which is not uncommon. So
it is actually allowed under the guidelines.
Yep. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Val. Stephen?
Sure, Mr. Chair, thanks. So Val, let's see here. I think I took a look at the minutes. I think there's some confusion. I think the shutters were actually appreciated, whereas gang windows were a concern, and then the squattiness from the side elevations that showed the gables. So I do appreciate the changes. However, I think that the front elevation was more appropriate with the shutters, with that large dormer. I think it gives visual interest, and all of my comments will hinge upon the color of the sash and the door, because I think white everywhere is too much for this structure. So I think if these were like a color coordinated sash and some type of either contrasting or complementary shutter with a different trim, otherwise, that the initial front elevation, which is basically shutters and the full farmer's porch, would be much more successful. I realize this isn't necessarily your design, but so that's the front west elevation. I appreciate the changes with the dormer on the south. I think that's helpful. And also the gang window simplification. East, we're not going to see. I'd still appreciate the changes. North, the dormer change is helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. How about you, Diane?
I think the shutters improve the facade of this
Yeah.
I think it gives it some definition and some attractiveness. So I would go with that also. I don't know why. Oh, I don't know what elevation that is. It's the next one down with the circle around the south elevation. Why are those mold windows circled?
They brought.
They haven't been separated. They look.
No, we moved the dormer down. It was way up high.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. No, what's been done is an improvement. I do like the shutters on there, and I think the removal of that top dormer has being dropped sort of takes the rocket ship feeling off that facade. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. I too am in favor of the resurrection of the shutters. And to the paint color thing, could you remind me what it is again, Val?
It's white, which is the bulk of the buildings in this subdivision.
White everything?
It was going to be white windows and black shutters, but we could change the
White
shutters.
trim, white sash.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the buildings in there are white trim and white sash?
Yeah.
I guess
Look,
the only
if you
thing I
look
would-
back at the pictures.
Okay, that's fine. I trust you. The only thing, they all look gray to me.
Well, it can be whatever you guys decide. We can also make, the shutters like a blue, a nice.
Well, see, I again, and this is becoming a thing with me, like this black shutters with white, it seems very like Main Street to me.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Diane.
No, I was just going to say, like the Tories, they black and white chimneys. Remember?
Like what? Oh, the Tories. Yes, exactly. That's right. Yeah. So maybe your client's a Tory. I don't know.
I would make the shutters the dark green. I think that would be
nice.
Old mixture. In the old days, that's what their color was. So we'll leave some of the white with the dark Essex green.
And
do you want the front door to be that green as well?
That would be fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would just suggest that as opposed to white, maybe just a color tint off, so it's not too stark.
Okay.
And noting that all of them are like a gray, either a Nantucket gray or a.
Are you okay with that, Val?
Yep.
Because if you are, I would say that I think I feel emotion coming on.
So a motion approved.
Make a motion.
Oh, go ahead, Diane.
No, that's all right.
Okay, so motion approved through staff, front elevation to revert to prior submission with a wider porch, farmer's porch, and shutters, colors to change to a dark green sash and door and shutters, and trim to be some shade of gray.
Okay.
You all right with all that?
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to put that to a vote. Okay, Diane, on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Thank you, Val.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, do we have TJ on board? Possibly not, because he was not on the earlier one.
I don't see him.
Not to rush it, but if I could just make a motion to hold for representation. If he shows up, we can pick it up.
Okay, assuming that there's no one else on deck who would be representing this.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to hold this for representation, and that representation could occur tonight. So on that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you,
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, moving along then to 31 Shell Street. Is Kent on board?
Hello there.
I heard something there.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yes.
How are you?
Very, very fine, thank you, Kent. How about you?
I'm well, thanks.
Good. Okay, so Kent, Abby's not with us. She's celebrating her 30th birthday tonight. So we have Diane, Val, Stephen, and myself, okay? All right. Tell us where we left off in the narrative.
We held it for a viewing and you wanted some more pictures. There was much discussion about the hedges being close to the street. And I commented that we did move them towards the street. They remain on her property line. We put them even with the neighbors' hedges. And I may or may not have added that the neighbors' hedges are kind of cut on a contour at the top, like when they're grown full, and the owner intends to mirror that same type of curve. So there'll be kind of a continuation of this hedge that is next door.
Next door in this particular, when we look at this photograph to the right.
That's correct.
And so do we have a better photograph of what you're talking about there?
There's a shot from each side. That I think there might be a better shot, but that shows how it's in line.
Up there it is. There it is. So what contour are you talking about?
If you keep scrolling up, you'll see that from the. Is there one more? There it is.
Oh, you mean a contour like in plan, like there's.
Well, this trimmed hedge here, it actually at the top kind of that telephone pole is actually leaning in, and it kind of arched at the top. So the neighbor,
This is the proper way to clip a hedge, by the way, everyone, so that the sun is able to shine on everything equally. But so what are we actually reviewing here, Kent? I can't remember.
The photos that I submitted originally were the existing photos before we moved the hedge. And Val had
What's your application for?
Landscaping and hardscaping.
Just review that for us, what all these different colored things represent on your plan.
Okay, well, the shaded driveway was going to be all Belgian block because the town required, a 10-foot apron, and we wanted to just, continue that and make it all one surface. The stepping stones there were square stepping stones. I think the board preferred only a 10-foot apron with cobblestones and shell behind it. So that seemed fine to me. They wanted irregular stones for the stepping stones.
Correct. Yep.
And that seems fine to me. So I think the issue that the board wanted to hold for viewing was to go out and take a look at the hedge in correlation to all these other matters. And then in the original application, we have a couple of gates and we have a couple of arbors.
And do we have details of those in this that we can look at?
Yes, we do.
Just to make sure they're in keeping. Okay. This always happens with these drawings. So like if we're looking at this moon gate.
How high is it?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good question. It looks quite high.
Well, I think it's a typical gate height. The gate itself in the center is 36. So I think that's approximately a 7-foot high at the top of the arc.
Okay. And the
The
pickets are
center,
2.5
would be,
wide.
the center of the gate has to be 36 inches. So then the curve goes up from there. So.
Okay. All right.
Most arbors are 7 feet tall.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and that seems to square with these drawings, Diane. Thank you. Okay, comments from the board.
I went out there today and looked, and I think the biggest concern, at least that I remember, was that whole parking area was going to be Belgian block, because there certainly is a ton of Belgian block aprons, but they do, like Kent said, usually have some shell. They're just the apron and then there's shell. So he's offering that as a concession. I think that is in keeping with the whole little neighborhood there.
And he's
Well,
also
the round stones,
right,
like the neighbor next door, with some seed and some grass in between them. I think Ray suggested that last time, and we're that sounded like a good idea to me. So if the
oh,
staff
you mean
wants
to go with cobbles instead of Belgian block?
correct, and only
oh
10,
there is some out there. Yes, I saw that.
and only 10 feet in, and the remainder being shell.
And how deep is that?
Hey, Val, hang on 1 second, because I think Holly has some comments from
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know that this did not go to Johnson Advisory. They did not meet this week, but you actually said at the last meeting that it should be less formal and cobblestone would be more of a rural aspect. And Stephen also made a comment about possibly having the cobble with the grass and cobble as an apron. So there was a combination. So maybe some revised plans to accommodate those.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the general consensus of I heard 2 or 3 members of the board settle on not the whole thing cobbled. They wanted the cobble with the grass growing between it, and you know, the required 10 feet of the apron that the town requires, with the remainder in the back being shell. And I think that was agreeable.
Oh, okay. So, you know, it's going to really be like a 5-foot strip of
I know, so that's kind of funky.
Yeah, and I'd like to, no offense to anyone, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to comment before we negotiate with the applicant.
Yeah, sure. You go ahead.
I think, I think we need to have a complete application when we have an application. This is old business. There should be a copy of the minutes, if not the approved, at least what was proposed. We've asked for images to be included in the application. We don't have that in front of us. Ken, I'm not picking on you, but this is a problem. I previewed this application as I do all the applications, and that information wasn't posted online. So I find that problematic. With respect to, we're not controlling the privet, but what this shows is privet installed, which is an extension of the privet that's been installed at, I think it's 27, which is closer to Broadway, which is not what's typical in that area. What's typical in the area is there's a setback from the street, which you can see from the edge of the tar pavement, which you can see in the image that's on the screen across the street. We're not controlling the privet, but Holly, if you don't mind going to the site plan. To me, it seems very odd to have a small 5-foot strip of shell. Either this would be, I would suggest, cobblestone with grass, or the applicants, the owner should go back to the planning board and ask for a 5-foot apron, which is not something that's not approved. A 5-foot apron would be more proportionate to the parking space, and the remainder could be shell. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Diane?
Most of the driveway, right, and because this was originally a part of the Wade cottages, is a mixture of the cobblestone and the shell. So I think that would be a good thing to do to see if we can get it reduced, and the shell final would be good.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val?
I think I said what I wanted to say. Is this a motion? Sorry.
Well, no, it's not.
Okay.
I think we're going to be looking for revised drawings.
Okay.
I mean, that's what it was sounding like.
Okay.
A motion to hold for revisions and a complete application.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, Kent, we'll see you in a little while. Thank you. Next up, 17 Main.
I'm here.
Okay, hi. Oh, battery.
Are we missing Abby also?
She's enjoying her birthday. Her 30th birthday is tonight.
I see. So it's you, Diane, Val, and Stephen.
Correct.
Okay.
You've been running the show tonight. So
Power play.
yeah,
I got it.
So remind us where we are. Oh,
This is I've sent in two submissions. Holly will get to the other one in a second. This is the Marvin window. I went down to Marine Lumber and took a look at the Marvin window, the wood window, double glazed, doesn't need a storm. That's the profile. That is the 5/8 Nantucket profile, which we require in the old historic district. I am sitting on the ground, taking a picture looking up from like 3 feet below it. And you cannot tell from 3 feet that that is a double glazed window. So when I get to the rest of the photographs on the next packet, you can't tell. That's the window from about 5 feet away. This is the Colby window. They do not make a Nantucket profile. And you can tell that that window is double glazed because of the thickness of it. So we're not going with that window.
Linda?
Yep.
How come we're discussing Colby windows?
Because Stephen mentioned it, and then we went off and did some research, and they did not make a profit the appropriate one.
Yeah.
So these are the drawings from before. Holly, you can get to the pictures that I took in that last packet there. This is 1989 or 88, when all the windows on the second and third floor, when they did the addition where the old Opera House used to be. And all the windows on the second and third floor, and they added a dormer, are all Brosco. Here we go with the lovely little Broscos.
Remember those, Ray?
They're horrible.
Oh, I do. That is actually my window that I.
Yes, it is.
If I never see
I
any
have
of
the
Brosco
same
windows,
ones.
I hate Brosco windows. I just can't stand them. They're all falling apart now.
These are all screwed together as well. There you go.
You see the block here? There's a block to actually hold the windows from banging back and forth. And there's a window on the third floor that has a block the entire length of the window. There it is. That's the entire length of the window to hold the window in.
And
Great.
stop the draft.
That's plastic. And now here's the Essex green is already on the building. So we gave up on the Black Forest green and we're going with the Essex green, which is half the building is Essex green and half the building's chrome green. Great. There's some more chrome green right there. So that's the window that's on Main Street a little bit closer so you can see it. But when these windows are up there, it's going to take these terrible storm windows off. They're not going to be able to be told, and they are wood windows, and they do have the proper 5/8 profile with a very narrow cap on them. So that's where we want to go.
Okay, thank you, Linda. I see Holly nodding. Did you have something that you wanted to say, Holly?
No, I just, I concur with what Linda has provided, but HSAB did not meet. So I just want to notate that.
Did they meet the first time on this one?
They met the first time
They
and
did.
they asked to have us do a window survey, which we did.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yes.
A window
Address those-
survey of this building?
Yeah, to make sure that those second and third floor windows were all Broscos, and they all
Oh,
are.
listen, look, that was my office on the second floor there for
yeah.
2 years or more, and I can attest to that. They're all, not only are they Brosco, but they're Brosco that were sort of like undercut or something, so they were compromised. So they were just awful windows. But anyway, I'd like to hear what my fellow board members have to say about this proposal. How about you, Stephen? You want to start? I bet Stephen's muted.
He is.
You are muted, sir. You're muted.
There, thank you. Thank you, God, for muting me. All right, let me look at this. I think you're gonna call me first.
I'll go if you
Okay,
want to.
go ahead. I'm pulling up the file.
Yeah, okay.
So my struggle with this is do we or do we not in SDL windows see the spacer bar?
Not from
No.
the,
Linda,
oh, thought you were asking us.
Val, I can attest to this. Like, if you were able to get within 3 feet of this window, you would be able to see the spacer bar. But anything more than that, you can't, because they've really narrowed down that whole thing. That I can tell you for sure. I'm sitting in an office right now that has them, and I can't see it, and I'm 4 feet away from the window.
When Marvin's were first made,
Linda, hang on.
you could tell. You could tell very easily when they first
yes.
made them.
I agree with that. So continue, Val.
So fundamentally, I get it. It seems as though it goes against what we usually approve in the old historic district.
Well, that's true, Val, and that's why this decision is, kind of very important and should be scrutinized. So, I have a question, and Val, I don't want to sort of like steal the mic from you, but
go.
But and I know Joe's back there listening to all this. So, Joe, would it be possible with the aperture of the window right now to just like take one out and put in, like just pop in the sash with the
Yes. Yeah. And the exact same. Yeah. I think we could put one right in that existing.
I think you could. And I mean, the stakes here, as I'm sure you can imagine, are very, very high. And I think that rather than say yes to something that potentially could just totally blow up on us, I would feel more comfortable if you took one of those 4 windows out on the second floor facing Main Street, just popped it out, popped out the Brosco one and popped in a Marvin one. And, then we could look at it. And everybody.
I think standing, at that street and looking down at that picture Holly has up to the lower right, I think you'll be able to see right away that you're not going to tell the difference. But yes, I will.
I would tend to agree with you, but I want to make sure that everybody's completely comfortable with this.
I agree.
Can I add a comment also? Is that the board has several times, because they did it for a client of mine up at 20 Cliff, allowed just this window and a couple of the Green Mountains, just this Marvin window, so long as it was not on the Cliff Road side. They allowed this double pane Marvin window to get rid of these aluminum storms, and you couldn't tell from the street because it was on the sides of the building and in the back of the building. So I know the board has done that when it's not smack at eye level on the street. They've allowed these Marvin windows or the Green Mountain double glaze, or the Norwoods on occasion.
Okay. So
Boston sash, certainly.
I'm aware of that, but I think here we are, we're on Main Street. We're right at the base of Main Street. So I think that if it's possible, and I know that it is, for you guys to be able to get a sash, 2 sash, an upper and lower sash, that would fit into one of the apertures that you have right now, one of them, as a mock-up, and come back to us, or call Kathy and say, put it on the viewing list, and we look at it and see what we got.
I think it's a smart exercise.
Okay, so, but
Hey, can we come back to, I think, what is this, old business, new business? Can we come back? I don't think we can get it in this week for next week, but we can come back on the next one, I guess.
well, it's gonna take, unless you have it like waiting in your suitcase or something, but it's gonna take a little while for you to get a sash that's gonna fit into one of those apertures.
Yeah, we just like to get this all done because there's a lot of windows before it gets
I
really
hear you.
cold.
I hear you. So we're just gonna, we're gonna hold I should ask my other board members rather than, sort of unilaterally deciding here, but so Stephen, you want to say anything more on this, just on this thing?
Want to, have to, there's a fine line. So I think where I am with this is, this is, I agree with the comments. I think we should have a test. I think that this speaks to a broader issue that we don't maybe necessarily have to address on this application, but we should be addressing in general, which is this idea of having SDLs on the TDLs on the front and not on the sides. To me, it's just a very odd type of a thing to do from the use of the structure perspective. You've got one set of windows on one wall and different windows on other walls in the same room.
Yeah.
I think that there's some merit to the concept of, perhaps a lot of merit, depending on how it looks when this is installed, to the concept of on the second and the third floor, an SDL with a wood storm. I know Marvin makes a wood storm screen combo unit. And that would have an historical, actually more of an historic representation than using the aluminum triple tracks as viewed from the street. So I would like to see the sash put in place, and I would like to see a wooden storm thrown up around it too. And
Can you do that, Joe?
What about the wooden storm? But let me look into that. I mean, I think we start with the sash, Stephen. I think that we know that if we get a wooden storm, it's going to make the appearance better, because you're going to have a harder time. Even if I don't think you'll see the SDL anyways, but I think that we know that that's going to be a better step.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. I don't think the litmus is viewing the SDL on the second or third floor with the wood storm. If one was available, it'd be nice to see it as a complete package. For me, the threshold would be, if we're going to start approving these on the second and third floor, that it would be with a wood storm. That's, I think, the more important point I'd like to make.
Well, some of the HSAB members were of the opinion that to get rid of the storms completely. And I know the owner doesn't want storms and screens because the building is completely air conditioned and they're not opening the windows apparently.
Hey, look,
want to do that at all.
Yeah, if they're not going to put storms up and there's a condition that there's no aluminum storms as part of the approval, I'm fine with that.
Oh, you betcha.
But that's subject to viewing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Stephen. How about you, Diane?
No, I think the storms are hard to decide, and if we have a double window in there, Marvin window, I don't think we need the storms.
You don't.
And from looking up from the first floor up, I don't think you'll ever see how that window, and I'm one of the major ones who are opposed to these windows going in, but I think where they are, there's no way you're going to see what kind of window they are, and I would rather see it when we can take the storms away. I think that's a good thing.
I do too. Thank you, Diane.
Ray, just to interrupt 1 second. I thought all the second floor and third floor windows at the Nantucket Hotel were all SDLs.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Is that, I mean, I'm just wondering, is that a yardstick or a example you could go look at?
Well, you got to look at the Wheezy library also.
I would like to see your window on your building.
Okay.
Joe, I hear you, but this is a very serious move.
And I hear you.
Yeah, hugely.
Keep in mind that it's taking about 6 to 8 weeks to get a window here now.
Yeah, well, Can wait.
And we don't want to be replacing these in the middle of December.
Yeah.
So look.
I'll make some calls tomorrow and I'll find
Okay.
out what we can drum up.
So can I just have a motion that we're gonna get a sample put up on this? I think that's the solution to this whole thing, seriously.
Oh, move.
All right, thank you, Diane. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good
Okay,
night.
good night. And Linda, you're staying on for 29 Broad AC
Yep.
units,
I think we're down to 3, maybe?
3.
I don't think I'm on this.
No,
Am
you're
I?
not. No, it's
You're
Diane,
not actually.
Ray,
Yeah,
and
you're not.
Stephen. Huh,
Okay, so
okay.
listen, Lindy, do you want to continue or?
That's a bummer. I went and viewed it.
We did
Mr.
what you
Chair.
wanted us to do.
Mr. Chair, this is Mike Duffy with Nantucket Island Resorts. I may be incorrect, but I do recall Val joining and sitting on the first board.
Well, that may well be, but was that, oh, that's interesting because this has only been heard, this is the second time we're hearing this, right?
Correct.
And so what did you just tell me, Mike?
I do believe Val was sitting on the board that about a month ago.
Yes, she was sitting on the board.
Mr. Chair, I can go pull the file and see what we have for minutes.
Yeah, that would be good because I'd like to
Stand by.
forward. Well, Val,
Mr.
what's
Chair?
your recollection? Do you remember this
I
one?
thought I was around too.
Yeah.
Were, Mr. Chair,
Who the
I'm not
stuff?
looking at the official minutes, but I'm looking at my own notes that I take for the stuff that are in the old historic district, and Val did. She did sit on it.
Okay, let's proceed on that basis. Maybe Kathy will come in with contrary information, but I'd like to move it along. So, Linda, tell us what you did.
They redrew it. I believe Holly has the new submission. I also added the pictures back in so you could see them. So it wasn't just the new site plan. There's the, you wanted us to stagger the fence down and then plant more around it, which is what they did.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Oh, Linda, did it already go to one meeting on the 18th?
that was it. This is only.
Okay, so yeah, so it was Pohl, Coombs, Camp, Oliver, and Welch. He might have just had
Okay.
a typo.
That seems to be the consensus.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Val is on it. All right, so thank you. Val, do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, I think I went down there today and actually took some pictures. I think anything to mitigate this horribleness is good.
Mhm.
And if they're willing to plant in front of the fence, I think it's just gonna, you won't notice it after everything is said and done. So, I mean, you might see the top of the big box thing. What is that, a generator?
It's a large condenser unit.
Yeah, it's ginormous. Yeah, I'm for anything to screen this for sure.
Okay. Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, I have some concerns because I went down and looked at this and actually my understanding was that this was in a different alcove of the building. I didn't realize that it is as a prominent location as it is. The units that are there are actually, if memory serves, oriented differently than shown in the plan. So I have concerns about what was presented and what's there relative to what's going to be there. And the concern is that we have a clear picture in our mind's eye from the plans. So that's number one. I think number two, I agree with Commissioner Oliver.
How are they different? They are, there's some pictures down below. I add the pictures back in again. That's what was there before.
Yeah.
I just sent pictures to Steve and Ray.
They are vertical, Steve, and they are perpendicular to the building, and that's what they are on the plan. They run left to right there, and then they've got the bigger condenser in front of it. So they are drawn correctly on the plan.
Okay. Val,
Is that from,
thank you for the
what is
image
the,
now.
what is this? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Are
No,
those,
no, no.
which the primary street those are? Holly, would you mind going back up a little bit? 2 more images? Yes, that image.
Which one? Right here in the bottom?
Okay, and that's taken from
Gay Street.
at the
Going
end.
up the hill.
Okay, yeah, okay, so I apologize. I'm oriented correctly now.
Yeah.
So the concern about the screening stands, I appreciate the fencing. I think that is going to be a minimum requirement, but that it needs to be softened. And I think the planting is helpful, so long as the planting that's closer to the sidewalk is, I can't read what it is, but it's lower so that it's, we're not creating a large wall of plant material right up next to the sidewalk.
So Ben Shampoo is in charge of this, and he knows exactly what we got to have there to soften it without creating this humongous barrier. So there's year-round things, so they don't disappear. So it's always going to be softened. So they're evergreens.
Right, exactly. No humongous barrier. That's the quote.
Yep.
Okay.
The hydrangeas will probably stay over there by the stairs, but they've always been there.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Stephen and Diane.
Diane, I want to see back with the photograph of the side of the JC house where you see the big white things. There's some things I don't know what they are. No, I want to look at the elevation, not the roof.
Oh, not the photographs?
I want the photographs, but I want what there.
Go back to the one from Gay Street. That gives you the clearest shot.
This though really shows how egregious it is. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to point one thing out.
Can I?
Go ahead, Diane.
What is the big white thing in the far corner?
Condenser.
Yeah, what's that one?
That's a condenser.
Those, the tall things are the 3 perpendicular condensers for the tap room. The bigger thing in the front is another condenser of a different type.
That. No, what are you proposing to use to cover the ones for the tap room?
Go back to the drawing, Holly, up at the very top. Right there. There's a taller, we were asked to put a taller fence and then step it down towards the front of the JC house. And then all that planting on the right is going in front of the fence. You can see the blue part, which is the shorter fence, and the red part is the taller fence. Yeah. Those units are taller.
They are really super tall. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think I mentioned last time, Diane, that I asked the guys that were there when they were still hooking them in several months ago, and I said, can they go lower? And they said no, they had to be on those 18, this type of thing had to be vertical and on those 18-inch platforms.
Yeah.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Next time we should make them see if there's not some other way, because there's no way we're going to hide them. Are they quiet? Make noise? What are they?
They're very quiet.
Are they?
Yeah. They've been in operation for a number of weeks, just as the conditioned space is gone, and they are not very loud.
Okay, we got to do something with this.
Yeah, let's go.
Is there a motion?
Well, Diane, have you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. But so do you think that this screening is adequate for the units? We'll just have to assume that the units are the size that they are and the height that they are.
Right. I think the vegetation is appropriate, and I don't know, a year from now we may want to check and see that the vegetation didn't last, or the things are bigger than we thought. It's very hard to say that the vegetation is going to grow to the proper height.
Well, I'd
They
like you
don't
to
listen to what.
As part of your
They
motion,
don't.
I would like you to
have-
put in maintain them, to maintain the vegetation there in perpetuity.
Yes, we'd have to put something. I think we should put something like that in because
Okay.
who knows if it dies, it's got to be kept going. Those
Yeah.
are
Does-
humongous things.
Does somebody want to give me a motion?
A motion to use vegetation that has been proposed along the front of the electric condensers, and that the vegetation used to cover the condensers, different heights, will be one fence until the end of the 3 condensers together, and which it will change to a lower one coming around the corner. And the
As
vegetation
proposed.
as proposed, and the vegetation will be maintained in perpetuity.
And
Okay.
be year round.
Linda, stop. That's the motion. On the motion, Stephen,
Yeah, I'm an aye.
you're okay? Val?
Aye.
All right, chairs and, oh, I'm sorry, Diane, you're on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, fine, and I'm in favor, so the motion carries. So that's
Thank you,
that.
guys.
All right, good night.
Thank
And
you.
now,
Good night.
down to 34 Washington Street, and I'm looking at the time here. We have 10 more minutes, and I can only think that this application is going to take at least 10 minutes to review. So everyone else who's listening in on this, we're going to have to bump everything else to what, the beginning of next Tuesday?
What about Thursday, Mr. Chair?
I didn't see it
Mr.
Thursday.
Mr. Chair, I did post a Thursday meeting.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, so Thursday, good, great. Okay, but so anyway, that was for the benefit of everyone who was listening, who is after the next application, okay? Which is 34 Washington Street.
Kathy.
Okay, so
We're going to do 30.
you're muted, Holly.
Kathy, I don't have 34 Washington.
Yeah, I didn't see it in our packet.
I didn't see it in the packet either.
Well,
So we haven't had a chance to look at it.
I apologize. I didn't do this.
I'll be able to do this in 10 minutes.
Did I know he.
We can do it. Kathy, when you find it, will you shoot us an email with it? Well, I'd like to look at it on the computer.
I got 10 minutes worth of no's. So it's gonna be a long.
You haven't even seen the proposed changes, Diane.
It's against my principles.
What is?
She said, I got 10 minutes worth of no's.
Oh.
Well, I don't have the minutes attached to this. It's just the drawing. So
All right.
sorry. Move forward it to you, Holly. Is that what I want me to do?
Please, and the commissioners also want it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, you guys.
We got 10 minutes. Maybe we could whip over to 6 Fair Street.
Ah,
6 Fair?
Yeah, the house is falling down.
Oh, yeah.
Charlie, surprised to see you on Main Street without a hat on tonight. It's a little chilly out.
Yeah, I'm sleeping on Main Street. I don't know how you people do it.
No mask. Such a pretty street.
Thank you, Kathy.
For your patience.
All right, let me just check the board on this one. Myself, Diane, Abby's gone, Val, Stephen, same board. Okay. Are we ready, folks?
Ready.
I'm just downloading it so I can see it up close.
Charlie, maybe you could go through the revisions with us?
Sure. Everything you people asked for, we did. The changes on the trim, concern on the windows going to the additional lights over the larger windows, adding more lights on top, simplifying the trim. We changed the skirt around the base, simplified a lot of the shingling details, took the banding out, add some screening over the electric meters and AC units. I mean, just about everything. I don't think there was any problems with any of the changes you requested, other than Ms. Coombs didn't care for the balustrades on the handicap ramp, but that's code and we can't change that.
Well, I asked for 2 other things and they have not changed it, I've seen.
So, yeah, Diane, why don't you start?
I asked all the doors going into the bathrooms. It would be the north side, which there it is. We still have 5 doors there. 1 goes into the office, 3 go into bathrooms, and 1 goes into a storage closet. Is that right?
That's correct. It's not a storage closet. It's more of a maintenance area that contains all the plumbing fixtures between the 2 toilet rooms. And then the other door, so there's a male bathroom, female, and then the family room. There's not too much we can do to eliminate those doors.
What? Well, I don't know. We don't see the interior. I don't know why you can't make a single door and have a hallway going to the.
Bless you.
Thank you.
If we did that, we would have to increase square footage because we have handicap issues with wheelchair access. So anytime we'd have a hallway, that hallway has to be a minimum of 3 feet wide. And then it just complicates a lot of the interior ways and would be increase in square footage to allow that.
Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe I've just lived here too long or been involved with working with the harbor for 10 years of scalloping and 10 years of that running a fish market, but it doesn't look much like a Nantucket harbor building. I'm sorry, it does not. You've got how long is your eave height? How long is the roof?
Can anyone answer that question?
No, because we don't have floor plans.
Whoa.
You had floor plans with the original drawings. They didn't.
I know. It's
The Madam, sorry, Mr. Chair, they are with that email. They're just on a separate PDF.
The floor plans?
Yeah, they're on a separate PDF.
Well, what I'm trying to do is get an answer to Diane's question about the ridge length.
Okay.
Can we, while that question's being answered, can we continue?
Yeah.
Else do it. I think that the building needs a lot of work. I think the windows up on the 2nd floor, the mulled windows, all these windows are mulled. Tell me what this looks like to a harbor building, or does it look like some commercial building that's put in? This is our harbor where people come to look at the historic value of this island, and this is not gonna. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
No, well, I think you've expressed some good points, Diane. Val.
I'm still looking to see what the difference is between option 1 and option 2.
Val, it's primarily the windows on the 2nd floor in the tower not being, and on the 1st floor on the restroom wall where the railing is, being 8/12 versus mulled units. Could we bring that up, please? So while you're looking, can I comment?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm just trying to get through.
Yeah, I know.
So Holly, if you would go back up, or whomever's got the screen, to the mulled units, one more set. Okay. So this is the first set. So on this set, what I'm seeing is on the tower, on the south elevation, 8/12s, which I think are actually appropriate. If you could scroll down, Holly. And then I'm seeing 8/12s in the dormer, the same thing in the tower, and 8/12s on the first floor. And then if you could scroll down to skip this set and go to the next set of elevations on the next sheet. One more. Oh yeah, this is it. I'm sorry, that was it. That shows the horizontal mullion.
Oh, yeah.
So these windows are the other option, and I believe these were up when Diane was commenting, and I agree wholeheartedly that these are not appropriate. So I don't know which option this is in terms of 1 or 2 or A or B, but I think the 8/12 without the horizontal mullion are more appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. So let's see. Stephen, you've expressed all your comments. Diane, you have. Val, have you? No, you were trying to get something.
You know, by and large, with the exception of some window stuff, I was okay with this.
Okay. All right.
Now, you know, I'm looking at it super quick here. Because we didn't, but it is what it is.
Well,
It's not. No,
so can I'll throw in a few things here. So if you, Holly, if you scroll back down, right? Okay, stop. Okay, so I'm questioning, my comments will sort of give the tone of this. So why is there this really wide trim around the doors that encapsulates the transoms up above the doors? You know, it's like this really wide trim. It almost looks like a 1x8. So that's very ostentatious. And, you know, the fact that all the doors have transoms over them, the horizontal mull thing, I think is, you know, not particularly Nantucket. So I guess to the degree that this can be simplified, I think it would become more appropriate to Nantucket and on that position on the harbor specifically. Those are my thoughts.
If I can comment on that, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
The reason the sill heights of the windows are where they are is because of the floodplain. We received a waiver to keep the building elevation 3 feet lower than the code would require.
Oh, I'm not actually talking about those sill heights. I'm talking about
that's, well, if I can just further add, it's
okay.
in the doors, because the doors are below that flood height.
Yeah.
There's a requirement that the doors be able to withstand the flood with baffles that would have to be installed behind it. That's why that door frame is wider than what you would typically see. And it's all because of the door almost has to be storm-proof to stop the flood from going through and be able to withstand the water pressure that would go through that. And the baffles would have to be placed behind the doors. So this is why that jamb is a little wider than normal. And the transom over the door is just the last time comments were that wanted to make that look a little different than have that banding that went straight through the first drawing. So that's the attempt to try to solve that problem around those doors and windows.
All right, so then if we accept that, then I'm going to ask you another question, which is, can you remind me of the trim color?
It's all going to be to weather or to be gray.
Oh, okay. So I would have a greater objection, or, you know, I'd have more pushback if this was like white trim, because that would
No.
be very conspicuous. So
It's all
natural
to weather
or gray, you know, I'm okay with, because the contrast that I see in these drawings won't be nearly as dramatic in real life. So thank you for that, Charlie. Did anyone else have any more comments on this before I request a motion?
Yeah, I had a question on the chase, Charlie, that got removed.
Yeah.
I think it's programmatically, it's no longer required, because I think aesthetically it actually helped.
They were going to seek a waiver for the elevator, so they didn't require that chimney at the top. So that's why that was removed.
And when you say they were going to seek a waiver, I don't mean to split hairs, but I'm just trying to figure out, is it something you think we're going to see come back, or you think it's something that's not going to be applied for?
They didn't see it would be a problem to keep it away.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get an idea on breaking up that ridge. A final comment, Mr. Chair, is I believe that more appropriate, certainly more appropriate of the two designs is the A 2.0. I guess it's 2.0.
Okay, so we're looking at 2.0B right now.
Yeah, so, oh, I guess it's the A design, A-2, and then the sheets are 0B and 1B. So maybe it's option. Charlie, can you explain so we can number these in our own mind?
Right, there's two separate trim details. One is to trying to simplify and to give you some options of what you asked last time with removing of the banding, and then the details on the corner boards with you going narrower than originally were on there.
Yeah.
And that's the difference on basically on the trim dimensions.
So, and then the option that has, is it option 2 that has the 8/12s versus the horizontal mullions?
Yes.
Okay, so just to say, I think option 2 is more attractive and acceptable.
Okay. So what do we want to do with this, folks? Do we want revisions? Do we want to approve this?
You know what would really help? We could probably approve it if we had what was sent before and what the change, you know, side by side. I'm just having a hard time trying to figure that out, what our issues were.
Is there a preference for 1 or 2? Yes. Right now we have 1 in front of us.
Right. So I'd actually like to see, I know we can't see them side by side, but so, okay, I have a photographic image of 1 now. Can we scroll to 2?
I have them both in front of me.
Well, I wish I was that technologically literate, but I'm not.
I wish I could show it to you.
Val, could you screen share?
I don't know.
Holly, just scroll down. So, you know, do the same drawing in the B format. Oh, shucks. Wait, what just happened there? Somebody just flipped. Okay.
I'm going back and forth between the different drawings.
Wow, that's very cool. Oh my gosh. Wow.
So this is option 2.
Option B, right?
That's option 1.
Well, what I see on my screen is A and B.
Yeah, the sheets are labeled differently, but the submissions say option 1 and option 2.
Okay, so do that again. So that's 2, right?
This one is
That's 2.
2. That's 1.
That's 1.
One more time.
2. 1.
Wow. Okay, so the trim is smaller on one.
And
But the pane configuration is also
It
different.
does change. I mean, I'd almost want to hybridize them.
Right.
Because I actually prefer the pane configuration in 2 and the window, the trim size in 1.
All right, so here, we're gonna go to the.
I would agree with that. Feel like I'm at the optician.
Yes.
Which is clearer, 1, 2.
No kidding. So what is the size difference?
Charlie?
Well, it basically knocked it off by, from the 8 to the 6 inch on the trim.
Oh.
Narrower.
Okay, well then it definitely shouldn't be 8.
Yeah.
Right, you didn't,
I thought you were
definitely
going
didn't
from
like that the
4.
first time, so they reduced everything down, simplified it, which is what that detail on the windows was to basically come up with one whole window unit, not the 2 divided.
Okay, so again, I like the thinner trim, and if you're telling us that's a 6, a 1x6, as opposed to a 1x4, even though it looks like a 1x4.
Well, it's 4 on, well, I guess the drawing you're looking at now, if you see the note, it's 1/4x4 cedar trim.
We can't see it.
Right, it's tiny. So it is a 1x4 or 5/4x4. So that would be the proper dimension for the trim. And then I also like, rather than having the horizontal mullion, to Val's point, having just the single window, which is the B version. Or 2 version, I should say.
I agree.
Do we want to try and move it forward? Val, where are you?
I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm so
Oh.
sorry.
Yeah.
Val, can I help?
You can try.
Okay, so the one that we have in front of us right now, is 1x4, 5/4x4 trim. And primarily the difference is the horizontal mulled units. That's option 1. Option 2 is 8/12s where there were horizontal mulls and 1x6. And what the chairman, I believe, has suggested is that this would be 5/4x4. I keep saying 1x, but it's 5/4.
5/4, yeah.
This would be 5/4x4, and this would be the preferred option. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That's exactly what
Yeah, so this window pane configuration and the trim on the former.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. That's right, Val. That's right.
Yes. Yes. I agree. I concur.
Okay. Well, do we want to try and move that forward? Diane, do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I said it.
Yeah. Okay. All right, folks.
So with all due respect, sorry, Diane, I would suggest I'll make a motion to approve the option that has the 8/12s.
Yes.
No horizontal mullion.
Correct.
And 5/4x4 trim at the windows.
Correct. Was there anything else that we needed to roll into that motion? I don't think so.
What was the roofing material?
It's the approved shingle, the gray on the certainty. It's on your approved list.
Okay.
Nickel gray.
I believe it's the last one on the approved list of the dark gray, the certainty.
So in the motion, we'll continue that just to put that to rest, that the roof shingles will be an approvable color.
Okay. All right. So that is your motion, correct, Stephen?
Yes, sir.
On the motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane.
No.
Okay. Stephen.
Aye.
And chairs in favor. Motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's been a long night. It's just after 9 o'clock, and I think we can wrap it up, particularly since we can move some of this stuff to Thursday. Thursday is going to, are we bracketed to 2:30? I hope.
No.
Well, maybe the board members that are going to attend will mutiny. So,
You.
anyway, so could I have a motion to move any of this outstanding business that we haven't covered tonight to Thursday?
So moved, Mr.
So moved.
Chair.
Thank you, Val. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so that carries. Is there anything, Kathy, should we approve minutes? Are we ready to approve minutes?
I think everything but the 31st, Stephen, correct?
The 27th and the 31st had to go back for a little more cooking.
So the 27th and 31st. Okay.
May not
Okay,
be
so
properly.
do we want to hold those two and then approve the 25th and the 3rd?
Yes, please.
Okay, so can somebody give me that motion?
So moved.
All right, so the motion is to approve the minutes of August 25th and September 3rd. That is Stephen's motion. On the motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. And so I guess for those of you that are able to attend, we'll see you Thursday at 1 o'clock, correct?
Are we, Mr. Chair, are we putting a time on the end of that? I just.
Well, no, so I said, I was kind of hoping that I got a 2:30 drop dead stop, but it doesn't look like we have that, but I'm just gonna drop dead off of my chair.
Yeah, I would say 2:30 is, I think, I would suggest we set a time at 2:30 for applicants too, to be aware that.
Yeah, I think that's wise, because beyond that, we're sort of just pushing it. Yeah. Okay, so we don't need to move that, do we?
No.
Okay, yeah, so let it just be understood that 2:30 is gonna be our shut off, right?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to let the commission know that I will not be in attendance at the meeting. I apologize. I have
Why not?
another town job.
I'll be there.
Okay, well, you're
You'll be
okay.
in good hands.
You're okay. Okay, Holly, well, enjoy your other town meeting. Okay, folks, thank you all very much. Another long night, but I appreciate it.
The
So
rest of you nubs.
what's
I
that?
feel like I'm worn down to a nub. I said, good night to the rest of you nubs.
Exactly.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay,
See you
so
tomorrow.
Motion to adjourn.
thank you, Val. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thanks.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, Val and Steve. See you tomorrow.
Good night, John Boy.
Good grief.
Are you ready?